Welcome everybody to the Area 111 live stream. The show Star H. Count those ones for area there. Count the ones. I think that might be kind of interesting for some. But anyways, you see there's the UFO, unidentified flying object, spotted and recorded in Turkey over a lake, and kind of has some characteristics of B-2 bomber, in my opinion. But it could be, if I was to see that before, let's say Desert Storm, and I saw that thing flying over a lake in, say, for example, Florida, I would basically say that was a UFO, because I wouldn't been able to identify it. So, anyways, we know the history of the wing aircraft and that kind of thing. Basically, I won't get into that. Apologize for not being able to watch the live stream portion over on Rumble, but I'm streaming live on both Rumble and YouTube. Audio's working fine on YouTube. That's good. Starting out around midnight reminds me of me listening to the Coast to Coast AM at early morning hours. I love that show. But anyways, it goes back quite a while, many years ago. Well, for some, that wasn't that long ago. Me, over 20 years, I guess. When I first started picking up on it, let's see, about 20 years, maybe a little less. But anyways, the title of tonight's live stream, Artemis on the dark side of the moon, hunting on the dark side of the moon. Of course, the Greek goddess, the lowercase g goddess, or god, lowercase g, feminine, goddess, is the goddess of hunting, a hunter, and basically, and the goddess of the moon. The goddess of the moon. So, wow, that's just a coincidence, isn't it? It's just a coincidence that we hear all this information coming out about extraterrestrial nature. I think it's Tim Burchett. He's on the subcommittee, I think. I can't remember. Basically delving into the UFO stuff and wanting President Trump to basically disclose information. Now, there's a lot of information out. I'm going to share some sources tonight for people that are interested in this kind of thing. I'd like y'all to basically, I know there's only one person here. By the way, was at 502 followers or whatever, subscribers on YouTube. Now it's down to 495. So they're backing out, so they can never monetize this channel because they don't like what I have to say, of course. So, which is kind of ridiculous. But one source that I'd love for y'all to check out is very interesting. 5 Buried Secrets of the Manhattan Project. Go check that out. Okay. Think about Percy's. Think about, was it the Green Mile? Percy's and the circus, rat and that kind of thing. Think about spies. Think about, how the IRGC basically just kidnapped the CNN journalist in Iraq and took her. Think about all these scientists disappearing or found dead. Scientists that are basically involved in propulsion systems, new technology, advanced technology, um, engineers, that kind of thing, disappearing. And then we got Artemis, basically taking off for a mission named after the Greek goddess of the moon and the hunter, the hunter. The the hunters have become the hunted. The hunters have become the hunted. And remember all the chatter about China getting to the dark side of the moon, landing a craft there, a robotic type craft, I believe it was, um, lander, and retrieving um, specimens, if you will, from the dark side of the moon. Let's see. What else? A lot of stuff going on. Yeah, and pay attention. I don't know if y'all have ever just thought about the Pink Floyd album cover of the Dark Side of the Moon, and check out that pyramid. Wow. It gets into biblical. The tribe of Cush. You know, from I think his father Cush was his father was Ham, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Right? They were on the Noah's Ark, and I just don't believe that in a huge flood like that scenario and that turbulence that they had the they had to have ancient advanced technology. Well, God probably gave it to them, gave it to Noah and his sons so they could build that ark. I've heard, I really haven't gotten into it that much, but I heard that it took 200 years for Noah and his sons to build the ark. Now, that could be true, might not. Of course, Adam lived till over 900 years old, right? So I, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, I don't know how long they lived, but anyways, so I'm pretty sure they had some technology there, maybe particular metals and pitch, that kind of thing. Well, I'm thinking about pitch. I know it's kind of like going all around this. And remember, I talk a lot about uh, word association, word association of phrases and sentences and that kind of thing. So keep up if you want to check that out. You know, I drop some things every now and then, things that I believe are of a major concern. And of course, major concern is, the war, ending the war, making sure they don't have any of that, as President Trump calls it, uranium dust. But I'd like y'all to pay attention to the U-boat 234, a Nazi U-boat around, I think it was April, popped up on the northeastern coastline, basically, and they defected, rather defecting to the British, which would not have been so kind. They defected in the United States, and guess what they had on that U-boat? They had basically advanced technology, the schematics of advanced aircraft, a jet aircraft. Let's see, cylinders, 10 cylinders, not 8, not 10, not 30, or 20, not 8, not 10, not 20, but 10. Yeah, 10. 10 cylinders. Those weren't ships, but anyways, 10 cylinders of uranium oxide. They were basically that U-boat was heading towards Japan, Imperial Japan, right? And they decided to basically defect to the United States of America, and I think that was a very good choice for them. Wasn't too long after that the Manhattan Project, basically, or the Manhattan Project was before that. Some people believe that the uranium aboard the U-234 was, I think, uranium. It was a high, enriched uranium, weapons like grade or near weapons grade uranium, which we did not have the technology to basically at the time to basically enrich uranium to weapons grade. So you have to go check out the Manhattan Project. And the last time I heard, as far as Iran goes, basically they had, I think it was 440 kilograms of the enriched uranium. I believe they said at 60% enrichment. Now, of course, I don't put much stock into, or much, I would say stock. I don't want to give people the wrong idea with silver. We're going to talk about silver tonight too, God willing, before the end of the live stream. But anyways, there's a lot of people believe that from those 10 cylinders of uranium, the enriched uranium, that's what we used to develop the first nuclear bombs that ended the war. Now, it's horrible to have to use those type of weapons that we did, but I guess they were thinking about the president at the time was, dang, I can't remember. I'm going through so many topics now, I can't remember. I do remember he was an enlisted guy. But if y'all remember the president that basically made the decision to drop those nuclear bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, please jot that in the chat. I appreciate it. But anyways, yes. Now this is a YouTube video. You can go check out yourself. Go check out 5 Buried Secrets of the Manhattan Project, and pay attention to the basically the spies that infiltrated in our scientific community. Think about the spies that infiltrated. Think about Perseus, right? Perseus. Where have I heard that name before? We're talking about rats and that kind of thing, loose lips sink ships and that kind of thing. You got people on the far, whatever side of the aisle they're on, they're off the charts, far left and sometimes far right. These people, they're basically mercenaries. Anything derogatory towards Trump or anything like that, those people are all in, pretty much. They're in. if they think they're going to get away with it and they think they got protection, and a lot of these people have protection, they're in. They're in the inner circles and they are basically really, really proficient in their skill craft, I should say. Now, there's some individuals that believe that basically there's not enough fuel to basically circumnavigate the moon and that kind of thing. I just like people to understand we have the technology, we have the knowledge to basically let's bring this down to earth. Now, on my live streams on my channel, Area Space 111 on YouTube, I have could be under Son of Liberty 111 as well. That's a gamer name I've had for quite some time. But anyways, if you go check out my F-18 Hornet carrier landings, and go check that out. It's really interesting. Now that's a Microsoft Flight Simulator. I was able to successfully land the F-18 Hornet on a moving aircraft carrier, which is not any small feat in and of itself. It's very difficult. And I'd like y'all to pay attention for those that are trying to figure out how in the world can we get to such far distances without a certain amount of fuel, right? But they just totally dismiss or they're not knowledgeable about what's called a glide slope. A glide slope, the Navy aviators that conduct carrier landings, they are very, very well qualified in glide slopes. And that's why you'll see that most of the time, the astronauts that are piloting, like the shuttle or the Apollo missions, the Apollo spacecraft, they're very, very proficient, or they have training of carrier landings. And to an extent, not to such a greater extent, but a qualification is normal landings, the approach landings, when you're trying to come in for a landing at an airport. You got to have all these type of, you have to understand the weather, the meteorological conditions, and winds aloft, and that kind of thing. And so before you even put together your flight plan, you got to know what's going on before you get there. So especially when it comes to weather, and you got to understand these pilots, they're trained to land in adverse conditions. IMC instruments only. I'll tell you one thing right now. These people are some of the most intelligent people in the world. These fighter pilots, and basically to work out a solution with glide slopes and all that kind of thing. These people do it in a snap. I mean, it's unbelievable. And I struggled, even though I know it's just a simulator, it's pretty realistic. It's pretty realistic. I mean, the instrument panel and everything, you think about what they have as far as flight simulators at the professional military level. You know what I mean? Especially if you're thinking about skunk works and let's see, you're thinking about, well, how many ones is behind at area? How many ones are after at area? Okay, I've never worked at area 111. I had a friend though, crash, good friend of mine. But if you run across those people, don't ask them about information that could be could get them in trouble. First of all, if you want them to basically forget who you are really quick, start asking them questions. You know, just don't ask them questions. Now, what they can expose is something that's already out there in the public domain. There's something out there in the public domain. Yeah. But if there's something, if it's iffy, sometimes it's better not to even talk about what's out there in the public domain because um, let's say like word association, if you use a few words, very specific type words. Use specific, very specific type terminology. Remember, whatever subject matter you're talking about, the document, the classified document, or whatever it is classified, that whole document is going to be at the classification at the highest intelligence or the highest classification level. So you could have just some gossip or whatever, some talk about theories or whatever inside the document, but there could be some classified. A small portion of that document could include classified information. So that document is stamped basically or is classified at the highest level of subject matter that's contained inside the document. So if you start talking about something, and even though you know it goes into classified information, it's best not to talk about the subject at all. That way you can keep yourself out of trouble. So remember, these people, these linguists, they're listening out every day. They're very, very proficient in putting things together, putting puzzles together. And you don't want to be the one that basically slips or something like that and, lets the cat out of the bag. And some of these bags, these cats are really, really big, and you don't want to let those big cats out of the bag. I'm telling you that right now. So 5 buried secrets of the Manhattan Project. So I thought that was very interesting. The Nazi U-234. So what is right now having basically uranium or any type of nuclear type device, and you're basically in Iran? I tell you one thing right now, it's like a hot potato. They're going to try to pass it off. Here, you take it. No, I don't want it. So 440 kilograms, of course, a kilogram is like 2 pounds for 1 kilogram. So if they have 440, let's just say that information, whatever information they got from Iran, from those sources, is 440 kilograms. That would be, if you're going by 2 times, that's 880 pounds of enriched uranium. So they said they had about enough for 12 nuclear warheads. Have we not learned from these people already how they lie every chance they get? They think we're all stupid, right? They think we're all stupid, that we're going to believe a word they say. I don't care how many ships they send over to us. I don't care if there's 8, 10, and 20 more. Total of 30. I would quarantine. You know, quarantine, remember? Hindsight, perfect vision. I would quarantine those vessels, and I would have special forces board those vessels. Trust but verify. But with Iran, you can't even trust them. They are self-avowed enemies of the United States of America. Self-avowed. We don't call the people the Iranian or the Persians. We're not calling them, for the most part. That's not part of the IRGC or whatever, the Islamic Republic. We're not calling them the enemies. As a matter of fact, they've been trying to get out of that tyrannical regime for years, going on 47 years. You know, hey, hope for humanity. Yeah, yeah, can't lose our faith and hope, right? Uh, so I'm doing this live stream a little bit kind of rickety or whatever tonight, kind of amateurish, because I was just kind of like too lazy. I didn't want to bring up all these displays and all that stuff. So hopefully, everybody can hear me good. But yeah, if you're just coming into the live stream, thank you for being here. I can't check out Rumble, so if you can, just switch over to YouTube. That way, if you want to pop something in the chat or whatever, so I can see it, because I can't view tonight the Rumble live stream portion of tonight's show. So I did share the link to True Social. In case you didn't know, I put most of my source references over on True Social, and I'm at my profile is area 111. The number's 111 at over there on True Social. So you can check out my profile, get the information. Heck, I spent a lot of time researching this information. Get the information and make it your own. Share it. That's really, you don't even have to basically say you got this from RH's live stream on area 111. Okay. And count those in the chat, count those ones on area. I think that's kind of interesting. But also, A as in Acts chapter 1, verse 11. Go check out Acts chapter 1, verse 11 when we're talking about UFOs. Back then, people saw aircraft flying in the air, and you know, if you've seen reptiles hop aboard, you know, an aircraft like that and take off back then, what do you call them? Flying serpents, right? The dragons, flying dragons with a fire, chariots of fire, right? Remember all that stuff? Check out Acts chapter 1, verse 11. Now, I don't have my Bible here right next to me, so, and if I did have, the one I have has got small print. I don't have access to the giant print that I have in another location, so I won't go into that any further. But anyways, I would need a microscope to actually read the print. But they said it was two men in white apparel turned to the disciples of Jesus, or Yeshua, as I call him, fondly call him the Son of God. I call him Yeshua, okay, and or sometimes Yahshua, and the two men in white apparel turned and looked at the disciples and said to them, "Ye men of Galilee, why look you amazed?" Yeshua will return the way he left. So Yeshua was taken up into a cloud, kind of very similar to what happened to Elijah, right? Elijah. Elijah was taken up, right? Remember the whirlwind and the basically the the characteristics of the craft that took up Elijah's similar to a flying disc, highly polished bronze. That's basically I'm pretty sure it was bronze or brass, one of the two. But that's I don't believe it's going to be the material we may believe it was back in the day. Back then, is probably some different type of material or metal that we don't even have in our solar system. It could be something outside of our solar system, a metal, a very or extremely rare metal. I would like to also talk real quick before I forget about this because I get this information and it pops in and out of my mind and I want to basically share it. I was watching the SR-71 when they were developing it. The engineers were basically trying to find the right material and everything so it can travel at such high speeds, and basically not melt, you know, because of the friction going at the speeds. It was going like I think Mach point 3.4. Mach 3.4 is over three times the sound of um, three times the faster, three times the speed of sound. And basically, they said it could fly up to 70,000 feet. Now, I do believe the information they provided us wasn't all accurate, and some of the accurate characteristics of the SR-71 is still classified to this day. So, anyways, that was a reconnaissance aircraft, and I thought as reconnaissance aircraft, and you think about the photography that we'd have to have as far as those cameras. Think about the cameras we'd have to have, how technologically advanced those cameras were to get such clear photographs from like 70,000, 60,000 feet and basically about to go into space. You know what I mean? So, uh, but anyways, when they were developing the SR-71, they had to try to find the right materials so they wouldn't burn up in our atmosphere, basically due to the friction of the going three times the speed of sound. And I think it's 3.4 they actually got that's revealed. But anyways, when they were welding the titanium joints together or whatever, they're saying that it was corroding when they used like tap water with chlorine in it. Now, as everybody knows, or most people knows, in our tap water they put chlorine in the tap water to kill bacteria, right? So, but I would think it would work the opposite, right? But with that metal, when they welded the joints together or whatever, I had to find that is very, very interesting. Um, but anyways, yeah, they said those weld joints were basically, they were corroding, and they had to basically, they found a solution for that. And that's how great these engineers are, these scientists we have are. And that's why they would be prime targets for the masters of kidnapping, which Iran is. Remember the embassy, what was it? How many embassy students was there? Like 40 something that were kidnapped. I think it was over 400 days they were kidnapped or more. Yeah, they kidnapped those, used them as hostages, right? So they just kidnapped that CNN journalist in Iraq, and all these scientists are disappearing or being found dead. So the ones that are probably found dead, this is just an opinion. If there was something shady going on or criminal like, or a criminal going on there where they're attempting to kidnap them, if they didn't go free willingly, they would just, you know what? They would end it all right there. Now, remember how they had all these like university students and stuff like that be involved in these highly secret major projects like the Manhattan Project. So that's what I'm looking at here. This could work both ways. And I don't know, they might decided, okay, they found something and they want to reverse engineer it or whatever on these highly secret programs and bring in more, maybe fresh set of minds, if you will, bring them in and basically help them figure out solutions for things that they want to reverse engineer. So remember, we're going back to technology, and of course, the sons of God or the angels, right? Um, they had they probably had the most advanced, I would say, the most advanced technology they had at their disposal before they created man and men and women, before they created men and women. Remember at the beginning, it says we created. It was plural in Genesis. Go check that out, and you can pop that in the chat if you'd like. For those that are listening, I know there's only like 2 people here, and I like to remind people that are coming in, they're new here. Sometimes the information, maybe you shouldn't look at how many viewers they have, but what the quality of the, not the quantity, the quality of the information that's being shared. So in the Manhattan Project, they had billboards out there warning people. So Percy's Hall, a circus rat, for the Soviet Union era days, whatever. I stopped off at this hotel, was outside of, let's see, what's that place called again? It's in New Mexico. Highly protected place to go. Um, you know, they have armor vehicles there, and those people are what do you call that? They are armed. Let me just tell you that. You don't want to fool around there at Los Alamos. I was looking for, I think it was Jimenez Caldera. Yeah, Jimenez. And I basically got turned around. I was basically schooled by the guard that Jimenez, even though it's spelled with a J, he wanted to correct me that you pronounce it with a H because it's Latin. Jimenez, Caldera, and I left there, and he didn't really give me good directions. So I stopped off at a hotel. It was literally maybe couple hundred yards from the gates to um, Los Alamos laboratory I'm talking about. And I spoke to the hotel manager. Guess what? The hotel manager was Russian. We have this cross training, this cross type working. I guess they're, what do you call that? Cross training? Getting information from the Russians and whoever else they basically sign off on. Remember, they're partnered with us on the um, International Space Station, right? They're partners with us on certain things. So not all things. They have Russian scientists, I believe, that they outsourced. They sourced from Russia. They outsourced some of their knowledge and was basically working in joint ventures, it seemed like. Now, just because a person is Russian and ethnic and maybe came to America a long time ago and uh, they basically became U.S. citizens and are really great people. They love our country. They'll never ever go back into a communist country, but yeah, they could. But maybe they just flip sides. I don't know. I found that quite odd that the hotel manager, I think it was owned by a family, and it was a pretty nice hotel. They're right across, maybe a couple hundred yards from Los Alamos itself. And, that was a pretty good, I used to be a prospector. I used to go those easy trails, like level one, whatever. Couldn't do no like level fives or nothing like that with gear and all that kind of stuff. But I met these what do you call it? Heavy hitters, we call them heavy hitters, like ranger type dudes up there. They got permission to basically train on um, Battleship Rock. Battleship Rock. Go check that out. That's in New Mexico. Go check that out. I got to see Soda Falls, and I was doing a little bit of trying to do a little bit of prospecting, but nothing fell through. And trying to find this chest, a guy hid. Um, Finn was his last name. I think he was a retired major. I think he retired. He was an Air Force guy. Uh, he was, I think, an F-104 pilot. I can't remember. But during Vietnam, he was in Vietnam, a pilot. His aircraft was shot down. Um, I guess in Vietnam somewhere, wherever he was at, right? and he bailed out, and he survived the ejection and all that stuff, and he hid in some woods, and we were conducting B-52 bombing raids not too far from him, and he was just basically saying he had to, even though that B-52 was dropping bombs like a couple miles away, he basically, he said every time one of those bombs went off, it sounded like thunder, and he'd have to hold his ears, right? Because the sound was so loud, and the blast, it threw debris all the way to where he was at, so that he was laying down using the side of a log as cover, laying down on the side of a log, a huge log, I guess it was, to take cover, because he's basically exposed to the elements there. And he got Finn. I'm trying to remember his first name, but he has two books. I bought both of them. They had basically tips of where you could find the treasure worth about a couple $1,000,000, gold nuggets and all kinds of stuff he had in that antique treasure box. Well, I think it weighed about 40 pounds. But even back then at the time I was looking for it, I was way off of my search pattern, because when he buried it, I think he was like in his 80s, and I didn't think he was basically going to be able to walk that far, but he probably flew it, and because he was a pilot, he had like a Cessna or something like that he used. But anyways, Forrest Fenn. Yeah, that's the name. Forrest Fenn. Go check that out. Um, the thrill of the chase. I heard somebody using that terminology the other day. The thrill of the chase. I can't remember who. Remember, I'm very up on word association. When those words pop up, there's something like far as associations go. You have to check out Forrest Fenn. He's a very unique character. And Jackie Kennedy actually stayed at one of his hotel rooms there, I think at the art gallery. Let me see if I can bring up a photograph or something to help y'all out. Very, 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 very cool guy. Passed away, cancer survivor. He survived cancer, lived, I think, till was either 82 or 84. I can't remember which. But somebody found the chest. Man, I'm really happy for whoever found it. I got started late in that game, and I casually dismissed some of the clues that I was going to go check out, and that would have taken me way up to the Yellowstone. And I thought he lived around, let's see, Forrest Fenn he lived in New Mexico. I'm trying to remember where he lived. I can't think of the name right now, but if it comes to me, I think he lived in Santa Fe or right outside Santa Fe, New Mexico. And I'm pretty sure that he flew that Cessna, he flew that box. I don't think he drove that far, all the way up to Yellowstone. That's a pretty good, um, too far to walk, that's for sure. Too far to walk from Santa Fe to unless you're a young man, it was too far for him to walk all the way from Santa Fe to Yellowstone, where they had a cabin there when he grew up as a kid. A lot of historical information from Forrest Fenn. If you're interested in prospecting and learning about the Spanish Trail and all that stuff, a lot of great information out there from Forrest Fenn, the late great Forrest Fenn, a patriot to our country. I think he lived to see President Trump get in office. And I think he left some valuable information around to tip us off on certain things. That's just my opinion. I could be wrong. Let me see. I don't know if I have these pictures here. So bear with me. I was going to show y'all or put on my avatar photograph again. The Paul Revere silver, that would be fine silver, 0.999 round from Money Metals Exchange. It's going to show y'all that picture again, but I'm not going to bring it up. I'm going to talk about that a little bit later in the live stream. As far as anticipation or opinions about where silver is going to go, the poor man's gold, right? I'm going to say this right now. I'm going to say it again. The multiple, as far as the worth of silver versus gold to silver ratio is like 64 to 1. 64 to 1. Went down to like 60 or something like that. 69. It was like 64 to 1. Now I know silver tarnishes and that kind of thing, and I'm going to talk about that a little bit more in detail, but I won't go into much detail because it turns a lot of people off. Think I'm some type of grifter or something like that. Hey, I'm out there like everybody else. You know, I can't afford gold at no like $5,000 or $6,000 an ounce. And what would I do with it? You know, and I'll get into it a little bit further. I really believe that silver, when it's all done and said for, yeah, gold is more valuable. But you know, like I said, I'll talk about it. I'm going to talk about something that people may have not even considered. So getting even silver at around the $75 an ounce for precious silver, 999. That's where I'll pick up on the other side after I pass this information. Okay. Now, he talked about Forrest Fenn now. Remember, a pilot, Vietnam pilot, highly qualified pilot. He would understand glide slope. So remember I was talking about how once they get out of our atmosphere, these NASA pilots, whatever, they're basically gliding. And they're using all types of computers now than they were. But remember, that's the reason why those aviators, the carrier pilot, you know, mainly, or were basically piloting those spacecrafts because of gliding. Now, for people that think, okay, all right, you don't know what you're talking about. I was in the United States Air Force. I served 21 years, 2 months and 4 days active duty, honorable active duty. I'm not highly decorated, but I'm a decorated veteran. What I mean by that, I don't have a Purple Heart. I don't have a Bronze Star, Silver Star, but I have couple accommodations, achievements, medals and that kind of thing. So, you know, I don't have anything to be ashamed of as far as my retired from active duty honorably, and they wanted me to reenlist, but I decided it was a good time to retire and venture on into something else. But anyways, I think I made the right choice. I went in with my parents' signature at 17 years old. I got out for 2 years from 84 to 86, and I decided to go back in and finish up with 21 years, 2 months, and 4 days. And they wanted to keep me. Oh, they really wanted to keep me. It was I'll tell you one thing right now. If the former quarterback of the Atlanta Falcons had basically come up to me at that level he was at and asked me, RH, we really, really need your son. You know how they talk, he was older than me. I would have probably done it. I would have probably done it. I'd have thought about it, and even though I'd have probably done it. They wanted me in though, senior NCOs, my commander, they tried to talk me into staying in, but I decided to go ahead and leave. Kind of like a sad story now I'm making it out to be. Everything worked all right without RH. They I'm sure they found somebody just as capable or even better as far as what I was doing. I do think back about the young troops. When I got out, I was considered, old, you know, in my 40s, whatever. But I thought about them sometimes too, and I go, man. But like I said, they got a large pool to select from to bring people in and fill the voids, and that's one thing that the Air Force and the military as a whole is really good at, finding the right people for the job they need to have done, right? Okay. Hopefully I'm getting closer. I'm still looking for the photograph, right? Force spin. Yeah, there was 2 books I got. The Thrill of the Chase or something like that. Thrill of the Hunt. So how many of y'all out there that are listening in, which aren't very many, which is kind of sad. Back in the day, if you go down, scroll down on Rumble, well, first of all, I have over 100,000 views on Rumble. I know that's all time views, and that's not nothing for some individuals, but on YouTube, I had 80,000 all time views. It's over that now, somewhere a little bit over that. But the reason why I had less views on YouTube than Rumble is they deplatformed me multiple times off of YouTube. Once they deplatformed me, I never got the subscribers back. And it's been a struggle to get. Now, there's sometimes I'll have a show, and it just depends on the way it hits, what I put in the title, I guess, whether or not people are interested to come in. So I can get 100 views now, 120 views every now and then, a couple hundred maybe. I got 1,200 about a couple of months ago on one live stream. Maybe it wasn't a live stream. It was a live stream, and it was highly important information to the individuals. or it got shared to where it got the views, whatever. I got people coming in, different people coming in to listen to the channel for the first time. Okay. I'm going to have to go back. Apologize for this, but there's a really cool photograph I want to show y'all. Yeah, of Forrest Penn in his um where he has an art studio and he sold like antiques, that kind of thing, in Santa Fe, New Mexico. Let me go back to the I'm gonna have to browse a different way here. Bear with me. testing 1, 2. Yeah, I lost the live stream there for a few minutes, I think. I don't know how long ago I lost it, but when the avatar disappears, you ever see this? I was looking for that photograph. Yeah, it was only a couple minutes, but if you ever see that or witness that on this channel of the avatar disappearing and it starts to circle the whatever the cursor or whatever that's called, um, yeah, you got to fast forward in the live stream until you get the audio back. Pardon, forgive me on that. So I'm going to get back to that search for that avatar because I really think it's important for tonight's live stream, or I wouldn't have brought it up. The life of Forrest Fenn, and I think he left some information for us behind. At the altitude he was flying over Manhattan, basically reading in one of his books, he put his thumb, basically his thumb can basically cover up all of Manhattan, right? And I do believe he left some information in there for us, as far as the type of energy weapon, and I think he was alluding to what may or may not have happened as far as that ninth month and 11th day of the year '01. So, yes, I interrupted myself to catch that before they took my live stream down. And wow, this went down again. I'm gonna have to give. Oh man, I want to really find that photograph. I really want to find that photograph. And I hope this thing will let me find it. Stand by real quick. I'll try to share that photograph. I'm just going to tell y'all where now Forrest Fenn, that's really his name. Forrest, like, run, Forrest, run. That was his first name. Last name Finn, like Huckleberry Finn, right? Go check out his gallery, art gallery in Santa Fe. And I'll share. Now, what was I going to share? I was going to, he had very high priced, like antiques, very, very, very expensive antiques. And he had very, very expensive artwork, like oil paintings, that kind of thing. And we call those where you craft these certain type of like statues. He had like that artwork that was very, very expensive, and he had his own vault. So those were treasures for Forrest Fenn, over the time of his collections and lifetime, how he collects certain things, like a lot of us do, and being a prospector and everything like that, and having a keen eye for very valuable items that a lot of people just dismiss as, nothing of great value, nothing important, at least to them it wasn't, So anyways, yeah, so that picture was going to be a vault, a very, very highly secured vault in that gallery. And outside the vault, there was a huge treasure chest. Now, I don't know if it's something he found personally or he purchased, but the treasure that he buried, it was in a little chest, a very, very, very old chest. That I think it was iron. I can't remember. I remember it was silver in color. Could have been pewter. Could have been pewter, but a lot of engravings on it. Really, really valuable. But anyways, so Forrest Fenn keeps those treasures in a vault. So where do you think? So what do you think they would designate uranium, enriched uranium, fars in Iran, the Ayatollahs? How do you think they would regard that material as a treasure for them, right? You think about it. Now, that was going to be used to basically extort money out of the United States of America. And now I do believe, since Iran was part of the Northern Alliance, Afghanistan, and you have to go research this stuff yourself now to basically say, okay, well, there might be something to this. How many people remember the Northern Alliance? It was an alliance of NATO nations. It was an alliance of Russia, NATO non-state, and state members. The UK, Iran, and Russia were three off the top of my head. Now, China wasn't a participant in the Northern Alliance. Now, what was the Northern Alliance mission? Northern Alliance mission was to basically take back over Afghanistan, take back over Kabul from the Taliban and the Al Qaeda leaders like bin Laden, right? So now I got my own opinions as far as the Operation Neptune Spear, and no offense to O'Neill or any of those other people, no offense to them at all. But let's go back to the Northern Alliance. So it looked like they're trying to take this channel down hard now. Northern Alliance was basically an alliance that the United States had with the Islamic State of Afghanistan with Russia, with Iran, to basically take back over Kabul in Afghanistan, take out Osama bin Laden, or USA Mob bin Laden. I believe there's two different bin Ladens, and there was doubles. So O'Neill might have thought he shot the real Osama bin Laden, but could have just been a double. Oh, and they said they got the DNA. Trust but verify what? The Biden administration? Look at the White House Situation Room. I don't want to spend too much time on this tonight. I've already talked about this, Tom. One lie leads to another. The barrel at sea, they were bingo or joker or whatever you call it. It's a code name. How did that body get back to the Carl Vinson? And there was basically two helicopters shot down. One crashed in the compound, was blow up in the compound, and one was outside the compound, which the Pakistani military put on a semi-trailer and gave it back to us. That was like a stealth special forces type helicopter. Now, it could have been, I don't believe it was a drone, but we are only told of one helicopter. There's an eyewitness. Pakistani could have worked for Pakistani intelligence to basically support or lie that he said he saw that nobody left the compound with bin Laden's body. They all blew up when they were taking off. The helicopter blew up. So it kind of coincides with Special Forces, basically information that they put C4 in it because they didn't want to lead that Special Forces helicopter in the compound. So they blew it to bits, right? So where did they get out? Where was the other helicopter to take bin Laden's and SEAL Team 6 out of the compound and get back to the Carl Vinson or back to a drop-off location where they can get further transportation to the Carl Vinson? So if no helicopter took off from the compound or outside the compound, the guy next door was watching the whole thing take place. They entered into the compound after they all disappeared, after the loitering aircraft disappeared. They saw bits and pieces of people that was blown up in that helicopter. They never got back home. Was the DNA of them retrieved and put on ice for a certain extortion event? I don't know. We didn't secure that crash site either. We didn't have the ability to secure the crash site. I'm talking about extortion now. So if you were Iran, right? The Ayatollahs that keep on chanting death to America. And you're working for the hearts and minds of the Biden administration. You achieved that, right? Remember Obama's ideology. He was like the free Palestine type people, right? From the same, that's who he's groomed by. Israel's occupying, like Israel's, what do you call that? Israel is a occupier. They're not the rightful, basically, country to be there in that area. Occupiers, right? They don't belong there. They don't recognize the statehood of Israel. That's Obama's ideology from his very beginning when he's sitting in the Hyde Park dining room of Bill Ayers, the domestic terrorist leader, involved in blowing up or bombing. Remember the Trade Towers bombing? Remember that? People seem to forget that they put bombs, or they put a bomb, that what do you call it, box truck bomb in the basement. They tried once and they nearly succeeded one time, right? That time caused a lot of damage. Remember? Go read Bill Ayers' manifesto, Communist or Marxist Manifesto, put out on September 11, 2001. It was planned to be released by the New York Times in advance on September 11, 2001. That New York Times newspaper was at the stands at dark 30 before the first plane hit the first tower. I'm not saying the planes didn't hit the tower. Towers, plural. I'm not saying that. But the Communist Manifesto and the grievances of the ideology not only of Barack Obama, but of Bill Ayers. That was the justification for the attack against capitalism, to basically reinforce socialism, Marxism, or communism in our country. You just saw them out there waving those flags for the No Kings protest. So yeah, I'm going all over the map, right? But some of this stuff needs to be clarified. If you're part of a sim over live operation, like I believe Operation Neptune Spear is, because remember, they cut the live feed of the White House Situation Room, so they didn't see O'Neill taking out bin Laden or a double of bin Laden or whatever. We did not see them taking out USA Ma. And go look at the Fox News report put out on December 26th of 2001. Bin Laden already dead. They updated that same article, didn't make any changes. Bin Laden already dead. And you go into first paragraph of that article, I think it is, it'll basically give us another bin Laden. U.S. Ma bin Laden. Osama bin Laden. Will the real bin Laden stand up? So going back to the Northern Alliance, if Iran, NATO, and all those other countries basically had the information that bin Laden was already killed in a strike in the mountains of Tora Bora, Afghanistan, then that would give Iran and any other country that's in that alliance that had direct knowledge of what happened to Osama bin Laden, Osama bin Laden, right? That's extortion money, isn't it? The other extortion I'm talking about, the manifesto was compromised. The crash site was not secured. Anything could have been dropped by that river or that creek or whatever. Anything. So the Northern Alliance When did the Northern Alliance disband? Well, they disbanded after they captured Kabul back for the Islamic State of Afghanistan, right? After they took out USA mob bin Laden, recaptured Kabul, and took out the leadership, they basically defeated the Taliban. And where did they change their focus after that? They changed their focus to, they shut down shop for the Northern Alliance at the end of December after Osama bin Laden was killed in the strike in the mountains of Tora Bora. And they shifted their operation to Iraq. And hey, Red Dawn, pretty good. We might already have one there. Who knows? Now I'm going to get back to that stuff as far as the title of tonight's live stream. So now remember the White House Situation Room. They didn't see the actual shooting of O'Neill, shooting bin Laden right in the face, whatever. They didn't see it. The White House Situation Room feed, the live feed was cut. Where did they conduct the SIM portion of the raid on bin Laden compound? The SIM portion of the raid was being conducted in North Carolina, a CIA bin Laden mock-up of the exact dimensions and everything, to include the wall of bin Laden compound in Pakistan, Abbottabad, Pakistan. They had a mirror replica of that compound in North Carolina. So they wouldn't have another one of those. They learned a lesson about Jimmy Carter. What that failed was Operation Eagle Claw, where that, in my heart and prayers, goes out to the family that lost their loved ones in that operation. To remember the operation that Jimmy Carter, I won't say anything because of respect to the family, but at least he tried to rescue those hostages from Iran. So, anyways, yeah, so Forrest Fenn, retired Air Force major. I believe he retired 20 years as major. Forrest Fenn, you have to read his books. The Thrill of the Chase, I believe it's called. Look it up. And I do believe he's given us a few tips about what actually happened on 9/11. Or that was what I believe he's alluding to. And by the way, that's what they say, but nobody else saw. Only a few people. They said the story was that how can they get him back if there was no way to get him back? Because no other helicopters, according to a Pakistani eyewitness that lived right next door, they could watch from his balcony or his rooftop. He said he watched the whole thing. I have a clip. He's on now. Could he been working for Pakistani intel, whatever? Could he have been lying? Yes, but he said he went in the compound. He saw the helicopter being blowing up on takeoff. And he went into the compound after the explosion, and the other aircraft that were loitering, they were standoff a ways away. they took off because they'd probably run out of fuel. They had to get back. So they went into the compound and they saw body parts. And I won't get into the whole story, but I have my suspicions. But trust but verify. I still don't believe we can trust that, right? Yeah, they buried him. As far as the Muslim belief or whatever, nobody on that ship, and if the Master Chief did not know of any at sea burial going on, then believe me, if a mouse farted on the Carl Vincent, that Master Chief would have known about it. Would he gone out there and told people about it? No, he wouldn't have talked about it because he's got an NDA. He can't go out there and talk about classified information, even if they did shoot and kill Bin Laden a double. They're not going to tell anybody. So do you think they will actually want that body or what's left of it to go to the Carl Vincent? They get actual DNA, or they'll dispose of the body. Or we're going to do it by the wishes of what? There was no other aircraft, and now how are they going to get? They're going to have to get multiple transportation, right? And remember, that compound was like only a mile, if that, away from a Pakistani military base. So they probably only had so much time to get the hell out of Dodge. You know what I mean? And what the hell were they going to get the hell out of Dodge with? I'll tell you what, that eyewitness testimony is really eye-opening. And it kind of matches now both stories. I'm not saying the official story didn't happen the way he said it happened, but remember Leon Panetta, the CIA director at the time, he was in the Situation Room, for my understanding, and they lost the live feed. It was cut. I believe he said the exact words he said was, it was cut. And I got photographs of both of those helicopters, by the way. I don't believe that was a drone helicopter. It was a Special Forces helicopter. The one in the inside the compound that was going to take off, basically it blew up on takeoff. And I got the photographs of the rotors and everything, rotor blades and everything of that helicopter being blown up in the compound. Inside the compound was the other helicopter. It was outside the compound. A crane had to lift up that helicopter and put it on the back of a semi so it could be transported back to Americans, whatever. They probably sold it back to the American. They got good money for that. So anyways, now Iran was part of the Northern Alliance. Now, if Iran knew, the Iranian leaders knew that USA Ma was killed in the mountains of Tora Bora in Afghanistan, just like the reason why the Northern Alliance disbanded at the end of December, they disbanded at the end of December, achieving their mission objectives. They disbanded it. And that's when Fox News put out that report. Bin Laden already dead. Now they're going to say, oh, that's propaganda. Why would you share propaganda in the article? Okay, why did they have Operation Neptune Spear in 2011, right? Was what, May 1st, 2011? Operation Neptune Spear to go to Pakistan to kill Bin Laden if he was already dead. Well, then why did Fox News update that same article that they put out on December 26th of 2001, where everybody's celebrating the holidays, right? Nobody paying attention. Why did they put out the same article on January 13th of 2015. Well, there's a new sheriff coming to town, wasn't there? A new sheriff coming to town, wasn't there? Yeah, for Poppy, right? Hotel Whiskey Bravo. For Hotel Whiskey Bravo. Yeah, for Poppy himself. But what's important to know is that if you look up the Northern Alliance um, allies working with us, we're actually having problems with every one of those countries right now. You can't really. Iran. Okay, we're having problems with Iran right now, right? The same leadership. When you go back to extortion, why Biden went out there and basically exposed? They're not supposed to do that, right? Extortion 17. Remember that grave site? I think it's at Arlington. You can Google search it for yourself. Unknown remains of extortion 17. Unknown remains. Okay. Artemis on the dark side of the moon. Hunt. Yeah. Yeah, you go look at Artemis. I think I'm pronouncing it. Artemis, Artemis. Yeah, if you go look at it, that's the Greek god. The Greek god of hunting, hunter, and goddess, right? And the goddess of the moon. The goddess of the moon. So we've heard rumors that China's on the dark side of the moon. And think about this again. I'm going to go back. I'm going to circle back to this. Um, think about the rumors of China basically flying a robot to the dark side of the moon and basically retrieving certain things from the dark side of the moon. Now also think about the Pink Floyd cover album, The Dark Side of the Moon, right? Look at the pyramid. Now they have like the rainbow type brand, lights or whatever. Yeah, Grand Theft Auto, that's for sure. Man, I tell you, I have to say one thing though. I started playing it for a while. You know, I'm not as mobile as I used to be. I'll just leave it at that. And you can play golf, tennis, you can fly planes, you can steal jet fighter airplanes. you know, you know, of course, stealing cars, you can do that. Run from police cars. I mean, that's probably where all these nincompoops get the idea that they can outrun police cars. Don't try it. It's not a game. It's real life. You don't want to be trying to outrun police officers. Remember, they got the pit stop maneuvers, right? You don't want to run into those guys. They'll they'll put you in a wall. They'll pit stop you whether you want to be pit stopped or not. They got all kinds of devices. Wow, there's a little money sign up here. I never saw this before. A little money device, and so I believe, this is my opinion. Those guys, I saw them rolling out one of those, an ICBM. Iran had supposed to done a ICBM test. I think it was before, what was it? October 7th. That was a that was a that was a holy day, right? They had skeleton crews on board on that day. That's the reason why they hit that day. That weekend was a holiday weekend, and they were celebrating the Sabbath. Well, the Sabbath is day of rest for them, right? So on those days, especially that week, that's the reason why they attacked them. And they had help from Iran to attack Israel. It killed, was it over 1,200 men, women, and children. And I do believe they already have a nuclear warhead. Now, I hope these scientists that have been disappearing lately, I hope that they are not tied to the IRGC kidnapping, because that's one of Iran's favorite tactics, to kidnap people, right? Extort information they have to expose certain administrations in the past. I'm talking about the current one. And the current administration, that was the former administration. I'm not talking about that administration. Now, it appears that there's multiple reasons why they didn't want President Trump to be elected, because they didn't want a lot of this stuff to be found out. They didn't want a lot of this stuff to be found out. So, come on now, seriously. Obama gives them like what, $1.3 billion in cash, puts them on pallets, and flies them over to Iran. Cash and dollars and euros. Why the euros? Because they're extorting. Well, we're going to tell you that we already took out Osama bin Laden back in December, before we disbanded before we disbanded the Northern Alliance. And we're gonna basically expose that Obama basically used Russia and set up the meeting with Vladimir Putin on July 7th, 3 days after Independence Day in 2009, when Obama and his intel chief, James Jones, flew to meet with the prime minister of Russia at the time, who was Vladimir Putin, in Novo-Agariova. President Obama and his intel guy, James Jones, they didn't fly. They might have flew over to speak with Dmitry Medvedev, right? Who was the president of Russia at the time. But the proper protocol for the president of the United States is to meet with the president, his counterpart. So he met, in my opinion, with Vladimir Putin because they were setting up an intel operation, highly compartmentalized, highly classified operation, to basically use Russia as the middleman to transport yellow cake to Iran for their nuclear warheads. And they probably got the scientists, and hopefully these scientists that they just one is as very, he's like a scientist of propulsion systems or engineer, highly qualified for them to basically create. They've been selling us out for years, these people inside the wire and outside the wire, if you know what I'm talking about. They've been selling out our country for years. Look at the Stuxnet cyber weapon we had. They exposed that too. What? That's going to help shut down control centers in far as where they got the cylinders, right? Go check out the Nazi U-234, the U-boat, which contained uranium oxide packed in 10 cylinders, right? Remember the Manhattan Project? What you see here, what you do here, what you hear here. When you leave here, let it stay here. So if you're out there caught, giving nuclear secrets to the Ayatollahs and that kind of thing, guess what? That's a Rosenberg offense. Rosenberg type punishment offense, right? Yep. As far as the Stuxnet thing, I do believe General Cartwright fell on the sword for whoever really leaked that information out to Iran. Probably Valerie Jarrett. Probably. He fell on the sword for her. What happened to General Cartwright? On January 17th of 2017, right before Obama left office, right before the end of the second Biden administration, Obama gave him a full pardon. That sounds kind of bad, right? Well, because Israel was involved, right? And those river to the sea folks don't like them. They think they're occupied. They're being occupied. They're occupying a kingdom that never existed. There never existed in antiquities and Palestine. There's never a king of Palestine. That area they're talking about was the joint kingdom of Israel and Judah. To be more specific, I do believe it was the kingdom of Israel. Go look at the maps. Even have Gaza there. Gaza in there right next to the Mediterranean. That was Goliath. Goliath's people. Goliath, right? The giants. Nephilim. Whatever you want to call them. And they were called Philistia. Basically, that was an insult to the Jews, right? Who Rome was at war with. Philistia, they gave them some land up there near Syria and Lebanon. They had some land up there, right? And they did have Gaza. Look at go back to history to Alexander the Great, where they seized Gaza. they basically wiped out the Philistines, which they're calling today Palestinians. They were wiped out, or they mingled in with the tribe of Judah, right? Those that remained, the tribes, they intermingled in marriage. The ones that were left, like the women, or they were up in, what do you call that? If the Greeks didn't kill him, Alexander and didn't kill him, then Nebuchadnezzar, Babylonians did, right? If I got that right. So, anyways, there was never ever a Palestine. So that's how Barack Obama was groomed. So Barack Obama never respected the nation of Israel. He think that they're occupying Palestinian territory, and that's how he was groomed. That's how he's brought up with those communists like Frank Marshall Davis, carrying card of Communist Party USA, just like there's another individual. Frank Marshall Davis was also John Brennan, his sidekick, right? Oh man, he's in deep kimchi right now. Or if he's hiding out there in London. London now. That's where he went last time when he was starting to get a little bit of heat. But they'll call him right back. The Mockingbird media, the deep state, they'll call him back up on some left wing Mockingbird media channel, whatever. He'll show up and they'll pay him. They'll pay him good money to go out there and basically say, what are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? Right? I'm basically say whatever the hell I want to say, even though, he had a clearance. His clearance was supposedly taken away from him. But what did the Biden clan say? When they got back in power, they said, oh, there was administrative errors of the Trump administration. His clearance never was taken from him. So they're using these little tricks. They would send him back and forth to London, right? Remember, London part of the Northern Alliance, right? Along with Iran, along with Russia. That's the reason why they started the Russia stuff. Where did that uranium where did the yellow cake money go through? The Clinton Global Initiative. God, all this stuff was already out there already. Well, RH, you don't have a need to know. You're in way over your head, RH. You don't need to. You don't know what you're talking about, RH. None of this stuff is true. Not a single bit of it, right? There's never a Northern Alliance. Iran was never part of the Northern Alliance. Russia was never part of the Northern Alliance. China wasn't part of the Northern Alliance. Probably because the Democrats are their allies. All they got to do is keep on feeding the Democrats money and helping them with, counterfeiting, whatever. Keep them in power, and they'll let them destroy our country within. All China's got to do is get some popcorn and some sodas, right, and just watch the movie. Remember, this is just a movie. We're all just experiencing a movie. There's no war in Iran going on. Oh, that's just a movie. Those are fireworks going off in Iran and nothing going on there. We didn't lose 13 of our servicemen and women. We're not risking our lives to basically take away nuclear weapons from those snakes over there, those reptilians. you know, oh, they were not a threat, right? They were not a threat. They made them the threat. They start out with that same propaganda. The reason why they made Iran the threat is because the Shah, the prince, you remember the prince, he's trying to get in, form a new government for Iran. His dad, remember? The reason why they wanted him out is because he wanted to nationalize their oil in Iran. That's why they wanted him out. If he was a populist too, if you watch the old video of like the 70s, even, you know, go a little bit further back, you got people lined up for miles waving at his limousine when it goes by. He wasn't in there in a bulletproof vehicle. Him and his wife was waving at everybody. He was beloved by the majority of people in Iran. They used the same propaganda against the Shah, the former Shah of Iran, that they used about Hosni Mubarak. What did Hosni Mubarak have in common with Yanukovych in Ukraine? Well, they both have peace treaties. Hosni Mubarak had a peace treaty with Israel, right? And Yanukovych had a peace treaty with Russia. So let's finish up the idea. Why did this Russia BS come about? Because the Biden administration, including Hillary Clinton, was the Russia all along. Why do you think they pulled Robert Mueller back in as special prosecutor? He's really special prosecutor. He wasn't leading the office of special or whatever you call it. I don't know. Special counsel, right? They brought Mueller in because he was there in 2009. He was the July 7th of 2009. Robert Mueller was the FBI director when they transferred the yellow cake from Russia to Iran. Because Barry Soetoro or Sobarka, whatever the heck his real name is, he was going to equalize the playing field in the Middle East because Israel has nuclear weapons. He was going to nuclear arm Iran. And then he was going to get out of Dodge, right? Probably why he bought one of those, probably bought a part of the island near the French Polynesia where they have those young male servants there. When he went there, Marlon Brando's resort, you know, he probably already has his fallout safe island where he's going to be living. Him and probably Charles Branson, you know. I don't know about Charles Branson. I haven't heard from him in a while, but think about this. He's got how many mansions? Where's Johnny B? Johnny B. Brennan. Julia Bravo. That's not Joe Biden. Yeah, so they cooked up this Russia garbage on Trump, right? And Trump campaign associates. They cooked it up so they could take over the Russia. Anything basically directing the information to the Russia real crimes. When when Barry was sleeping in the bed with the enemy in Russia, you know, that was probably that's top. They probably had hookers, Barry and Michelle. They probably had hookers there, so they took over all the investigation, right? They destroyed everything on themselves to do with the yellow cake transfer, in my opinion. Remember the Uranium One deal? Come on, this actually happened. Russia, the enemy. Then why are you giving them our uranium, Barry? Because you're a traitor, Barry. You think you're going to have control of your boots on the ground, organizing for action, your 30,000 Army boots on the ground in America to start another race riot? Barry, is that what you're going to do? If we even allude to you being held accountable? And your Johnny B friend, right? Remember who destroyed your damning information from the U.S. State Department? Remember who John Brennan was? Barry? He was your boy, right? National Security Advisor for your campaign in 2008. You hacked in Barry's friends, his communist buddies. They hacked into the U.S. State Department to destroy Barry's records, which would have made him ineligible to be president of the United States. Isn't that what you did? Look at the payoff. The first year in office, Barry gave John Brennan's company, the Analysis Corporation, for their part in breaching the U.S. State Department's records of Barry's, right? Barack Obama awarded the Analysis Corporation with $150 million in government contracts, working with the FBI, the intelligence agencies, right? Law enforcement, and conduct watch list, spying on American citizens, spying on journalists. Look at it. All this information is already out there. It's out there. It's proven. And still none of these people have gone to jail. Because they packed all these departments with their own little hacks. Even the CIA still infiltrated from the inside from these communist Marxists. Yeah, you can replace the leaders, but they're running the show. Highly compartmentalized. Special Activities Center used to be Special Activities Division. They made it more unaccessible to whatever they got going on. So Barry actually travels over to Russia, sleeps in the bed of the enemy in Moscow, travels down to Novogorod. Now, I don't know if he spent the night there. They had brunch there, I guess. I even have the video. I've shared the video. So some of these people need to be brought in, and I mean, they need to be brought in. Promise them something they really like. Promise them something they really like. What suits their fancy. Yeah. Yeah, Red Dawn. Yeah, you got in 2008, I had members of the high level members of the community Christian community, and they had darker skin tone than I have. For those that like to race bait, that kind of stuff, you know. They warned me about Barack Obama, and they told me to go watch the video called The Silent Screen. And I watched it. I tell you what, if you don't, if something doesn't spark within you about uh, that video, then you don't have a living soul in your body. And I thought to myself, you know, he was chairman of the Health and Human Services Committee while he was senator of Illinois. I can't remember if that was when he was a state senator or U.S. senator of the state of Illinois. I can't remember which. But we know all about Barack Obama's history. And the media, they got paid handsomely to cover all that crap up. You know, this stuff is not going to stop until they hold the media accountable just as much as the criminals accountable. And think about it. We paid for it. We're paying for them to advertise and flood the zone with their BS, their scripts. Almost everything you hear now, even with Iran, you're thinking that they would come together at least to have the common enemy, that they're shouting basically death to America, and they're sending them over like $1.3 billion in cash, you know, and US dollars and foreign currencies, euro. Why euro? Remember the Northern Alliance? Non-state members includes NATO members. That's why they had the Russia deal. They had to do the Russia deal. Take over all the investigations, make sure, wipe clean everything with a cloth, right? Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that. I have to put it up on stage. I hope you don't mind so I can read it. How did he from I can't see the end because there's something blocking that. Let me see. I can't see the comment. Let me see if I post something that will move it up a little bit where I can read the whole comment. Yeah, the Analysis Corporation, you think by now they were the masters of stealing, you know what, ease, right? The conducting surveillance on there and setting people up with false crimes, right? Look what they tried to do to Trump. Majority of that stuff was a bunch of BS. It was never a law for what they said he broke the law, you know, for what do you call that? Entries, clerical entries and that kind of thing, and trying to make that against the law. I forgot what you call it. What do you call those entries? Bookkeepers like type entries, administrative entries, you know, for a certain amount of money. You know, they try to do everything because they tried to permanently silence President Trump because they were afraid if he got in there, he'd find the information and find out all the stuff that they've been doing for decades, not just for a few years, right? And think about it. If you go back and you look at the Analysis Corporation, TAC for short, TAC, right? And in parentheses, if you go to the Wikipedia link, go down and see what they made like the year before. They were only averaging around $20 million in government contracts before John Brennan, as president of the Analysis Corporation, wiped Obama's records clean with a cloth, or with a hammer, or whatever way they wanted to do it. Oh, they look into what's his name? No Name's records too. We all knew who No Name was. We all know who HRC was. They didn't need to hack in the records of HRC or John McCain, No Name, McCain. We didn't need that. They didn't need to hack into those records. They knew exactly who he was. So they hacked into Obama's records to purge the information. The Analysis Corporation was behind that. We already have that information. Oh, that's past the statute of limitations, RH. There's nothing you can do about it. It's called treason. It's a capital crime if it's not treason. It's sedition or whatever. I don't know what you'll call it. They overthrew our government with a guy that was never qualified to be president to begin with. That's the reason why they had to hack it. John Brennan did it. And you look at the incentive to spy on Trump's campaign. The Analysis Corporation, that's exactly what they do. They conduct watch list surveillance. Those they put on watch list. Special Activity Center, Political Action Group. Go read their mission statement. That's who these people are. They're even using Iranian propaganda or giving Iran the propaganda to run against Trump. That's how sick these people are. While they're chanting over their death to America. By the way, Ahmadinejad, I think it was the last, I think he was a prime minister of Iran, right? Ahmadinejad, because I don't think he was a cleric. He might have been one. I'm not. No, I don't think he was. He wasn't a cleric. I don't think. He's a prime minister. He basically said he was going to turn the United States of America into like a lake of fire. And you know what he's meaning by that, right? What was he going to use? What was Ahmadinejad and the Ayatollah is going to use, and the IRGC going to use against the United States to turn us into like a lake of fire? A blazing inferno, something to that effect. A nuclear weapon. See, Russia helping them, China helping them. We're talking about the radical state sponsors of terrorism and that organization, IRGC, and their proxies. Aiding and abetting people in our own government to this day, still aiding and abetting the enemies of the United States and getting away with it. That's the travesty. Well, that's the statute of limitations run out, RH. Russia. So they took over, they falsely accused of the P, they put together the P tapes, right? The P tapes, they put them together, right? Where's the tapes at? Oh, they got the transcripts, right? So some hookers, Trump paid some hookers to go pee on a bed that Obama and Michelle, some say Michael, I'm not sure. I haven't done the package check. Maybe get Crocodile Dundee to help us out there. But some say that they were sleeping in the bed with the enemy. It was Obama. He's the one that helped put together the Uranium One deal with Clinton to transport uranium and yellow cake for Iran's nuclear weapons program. Oh, I have full confidence that Iran will never use those nuclear weapons on the United States or any of their neighbors. Really? They rolled out an ICBM rocket with a dummy warhead on it, right? That was back in, when was that? Back in about 4 or 5 months ago? Whatever happened to that? Was it failed? Did they have to kidnap some scientists to basically get the information? If they didn't cooperate, they killed them? I tell you what, those people that are in the IC community that are still on the sidelines yet, they don't know what to do. You better, you better do some soul searching. And those 30 ships, those gifts, it says had something to do with energy. Maybe the president of Iran goes, it's like a hot potato. I don't want that stuff. Here, we're going to put these. Basically, I would quarantine those ships before it comes anywhere near our ports, anywhere near where a ballistic missile, sea launched ballistic missile, can fire whatever the hell they could have on those ships. I would have special forces operatives trained in NBC, nuclear, biological, and chemical training, survivability training. I'd have them board those ships and make sure those ships are as clean as a whistle. And I take some samples too. Some what do you call those? Biological samples. I take biological samples. I do everything before those ships get anywhere near our ports. To get anywhere near inside a position where they can launch sea launched or ship launched. Because remember who helped them, who provided them their air defense weapons. Right around the same time that they were putting out that nuclear weapons deal with Biden, the first term, Biden, not the third term or the second term or first term. Biden's first term, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, because the Russian reset was right away, right? Obama wanted to get that yellow cake over at Iran. Man, his chief of staff really wanted that over there for them. And Israel's got some. We could have some over there too. Free, free Palestine from the river to the sea. And you got those idiots on major influencer channels basically trying to say way we got to get Trump out of office. The way he's going to get out is we need a lot of body bags. Pretty much that's what the guy said, showing his true colors. You know, just like the India, Sierra, India, Sierra. Their clothing they go out there with, showing their true colors, right? Wearing the same colors. on a Patriot show. I call the guy a Patriot. I'll listen to him a lot. Might even want to buy a T-shirt, but that get kind of like, I don't know, like idolizing. Artemis, yeah, the Greek goddess of small g, right? Remember, love our Father with all our heart, soul, and strength. Love God with all our heart, with all our soul, with all our mind, all our strength. Something to that. Yeah. Not goddesses or the lowercase g. So the dark side of the moon, they're hunting. That's what Artemis means. It means a hunter, goddess of hunting or hunter goddess, and goddess of the moon. Remember Aliyah, the twin sisters, the moon sisters? That was a pagan deities, right? They worship the moon goddesses, right? They've already archaeologists have already dug up the artifacts basically to prove that. So, all right, you don't know what you're talking about. Yes, I've read into the archaeological findings of the two sisters. I forgot their names now, though. It's been a while. And here, this is from ancient antiquities. It goes all the way back to the days of the antiquities of Greece too, with Artemis, and they used the exact name of what their mission is. This is a surveillance mission that's going to happen. They're going to circle the moon. What? They're going to be gone 10 days, right? How many times are they going to circle the moon? And people are out there saying, well, all right, they're not even going to the moon. They can't go to the moon because there's not enough fuel on the. What happens when you break through into space and you don't have the friction of the atmosphere you just left from the Earth's atmosphere? You break through. What are you working on at that point? You're working on gliding. And I forgot to tell people this earlier. I forgot to tell people this earlier. We have a special space plane. We've had a special space plane for quite some time now. Let's see, I think for at least, let me think now, 15 or 16 years. We have the X-37 space plane. Yeah, it's unmanned aerial vehicle, unwomaned or unmanned, for people to get offended with that. Um, that's been going up space. How does it return to Earth and land at the airstrip? How does it return to Earth? And how do they have to decontaminate it? They create a what I was saying they were doing uh, those ships quarantine. They quarantine the X-37 space plane every time it comes back to Earth and lands. You look at the people, they have hazmat suits. I mean, that's not that skimpy type stuff like a little face mask you're wearing there. They have the full self-contained hazmat suits, right? And they spray down that space plane with a special solution. I have no idea what that special solution is. And they retrieve what? What do they retrieve, RH? RH is talking to RH, right? He's hearing another RH voice in his mind while he's marked. No, it's the same RH. Well, those people want to put a profile up there and make it look like I'm nuts. Oh, don't believe him. He's a nutcase. He's one of those tinfoil hat dudes out there. He's hearing voices. He could be a danger to himself and others. No. Wrong. The big X. Try again. So how's that space plane get back down to Earth? They have a glide slope. It basically comes in like a glider, traveling thousands of miles an hour in space, doing God knows what they're doing. Well, all those asteroids out there, they're going to go through the asteroid belt and it ain't crashed yet. So, could we already have a base on the moon? Possibly. I do believe it's possible. Were they already, what do you call it? The sons of God that left their estate and had basically, they had that technology, right? They left their estate. By the way, how did they travel to the United States? Not the United, to Earth. How did the sons of God travel to Earth? Oh, all right, you got something. Oh, you believe it? That's right. You're that tinfoil hat guy. Yeah. The sons of God found that the daughters of men were fair, meaning beautiful, right? And they decided to come down and marry, know them to know them. Know them to know them. All of which they chose. So they had interstellar, in my opinion, I don't know. Heaven could be in the solar system. I don't know. I have no idea. Maybe there's a cloaking device they have. Or maybe it's in a different dimension. I do believe they have interdimensional technology and they're using it whenever they don't just use it all the time. But anyways, yes, so the glide slope. Let's go back to aviators. Now, if you go on my channel, you can see I have a Microsoft Flight Simulator where I do carrier landings. And that's the reason why, you have to have a glide slope to basically slow down to a safe speed where you can land on a carrier, right? So they have to use a glide slope. They've had this for they had the ability to land on a carrier. What? When's the first carrier landing? I don't know, in the 60s, right? Something like that. Maybe 65. I have to research that myself, but we've been doing carrier landings, and they've known about the glide slope because I believe before they had carrier landings, they used the glide slope. Pilots use glide slopes every time they come in to land to lower their speed, right? And they use their flaps and all that kind of thing to slow down and go by the glide slope and follow the glide slope. You basically compute your speed and your elevation and all that kind of thing, your angle, to basically match the glide slope so you can land safely on a carrier deck. And that's one of the most hardest maneuvers you can ever do. And basically, the Microsoft Flight Simulator is very, very, very accurate. It's not as accurate as the ones that the military has, like the Air Force has and the Navy have for their training. Their simulation training is like the real thing. Real thing, you know. So, of course, you have to have the sim portion of the training, the simulator training. You have to have the real training. You have to have the visual flight rules training first. That's the easiest step. And then you go into IMC conditions, instrument flying by instruments alone. These people are really smart. You can't tell me that they can't. If they already we got space planes out there, you have AI on top of it and computers actually navigating you now, right? You got the satellites, you got the GPS systems, the nav systems they have. They're basically second to none. These pilots can basically fly that spaceship around the moon as many times as they want, and they're going to stay clear, believe me, of the meteors and all that stuff. But could that happen? Yes. Could they hit a meteor? Yes, they could. But use that to say, okay, well, they don't have enough fuel to get up there to fly around the moon all those times for 10 days and be gone for 10 days and get back safely. Well, they're going to probably, well, Elon Musk has been landing those capsules, right, in the water or whatever on the platform. They got these huge, like, what do you call it, chopsticks that catch them in midair as they're coming down. I don't know if that's how they're going to land. I forgot. I have to look it up a little bit, but yeah, I missed the yesterday. I missed the what do you call that, the launch yesterday. We had clouds, and where I couldn't see it, so I couldn't see the launch. I forgot all about it. I knew it was going to be Wednesday, but I forgot. I didn't know. I didn't find out what time it was going to launch, but I have to check on it. Hope those people get back safe. It's a very important mission. Um, I have to look at there's 4 people aboard the Artemis, right? To basically go conduct surveillance on the dark side of the moon. Probably want to dispel some rumors out there. This is another thing. In the capsule, right? Where the pilots are, where the astronauts are, or whatever. I'm pretty sure they can have another cabin in there and maybe have about 10 people. What if all these people are disappearing? They got another project, a highly secret project like the Manhattan Project. Maybe some people or some people are under protective custody, right? Some people are under witness protection custody. Some people are in protective custody. Now, I know a person that successfully faked his death and showed up a few months later. He was caught because he was doing something that wasn't, it was suspicious, whatever. And he used the wrong name, a name that of a person that was already a criminal or something like that. And so he got caught. But how many other people fake their deaths, right? Or they're under witness protection. I hope JFK Jr. is still alive. I really hope he is. Man, they say, oh no, he wasn't going to run for the Senate seat in New York against Hillary Clinton. Excuse me? I don't know. I don't know. I think he'd have won. Think about all those people that could be in witness protection program. JFK Jr., maybe Elvis was on witness protection program. I don't know. No, when you're not money, you don't have any money no more. You're famous. Nobody really cares, right? I care. Not enough people care to actually look into it. But for people to say that JFK Jr. could not have faked his death, um, you have no idea what you're talking about. First of all, were you there? Did you identify the bodies? Right? Carolyn Bessette and JFK Jr. Who identified the bodies? Teddy Kennedy, right? Remember, they had a hard time trying to locate that plane, right? They had a hard time trying to locate that plane. We have what's called dead reckoning in the Air Force. When you're tracking an aircraft, and they basically um, declare an in-flight emergency. 7700, 7600 is radio out. 7700 is it's basically a general emergency, right? 7500 is hijack. So if they're squawking 7700, whatever, or even that, we have the radar history of where the plane went down. We can basically dead reckon from when we lost contact of the radar contact or radio contact, right? We know exactly within, I'd say, maybe a mile radius where that plane was. Now, an inclement, what do you call that? Inclement weather, means bad weather, right? If we are searching the crash site area, yeah, you're going to have to call up the search for a while. And that took them an extremely long time, for those bodies to be retrieved. And seeing any type of anything floating on the surface, it took a very long time. It took a very long time for them to start the operation to begin with, in my opinion. Well, RH, I work for NORAD. Okay, I took part in what do you call it? Crash site, uh, crash site retrieval. Crash site retrieval. And go secure a crash site, and we start to retrieve and train on actually retrieving what we're getting from the ground, right? So you can't contaminate certain things. Oh, we got his DNA, right? They had to say that because they say, well, people are going to say, how come you didn't get, you got a double? Well, how they get the DNA if that helicopter was blown up on takeoff? See, their stories don't match. They said, well, that plane crash landed. It was like a soft crash landing outside the compound. The helicopter that was blown up inside the compound, or when it was taken off from inside the compound. I seen the burn marks on the walls, the inner walls of the compound. And there was another helicopter that they retrieved that had a Pakistani crane lifting it up and putting on a semi trailer to be given back to America. Wherever they're going to rendezvous for that, I don't know. Had an operation for that. That was a stealth type helicopter. I don't believe it was a drone helicopter. So it had to have been a stealth helicopter for special forces. That helicopter did not leave Abbottabad either. It did not fly out. So where did they get the people, or what helicopter took them? What transportation did they have? Okay, so what transportation? See, we're thinking in spirit form only of the sons of God. Well, how can you basically immaculate conception by the sons of God came down and took wives of all they chose? They thought they were fair, right? Took wives of all they chose, had sex with them. They became men of renown, right? They were taught the highest level of technology you could ever imagine. They flew here in what we would call a UFO today. Yeshua, the Son of God, he actually flew back on what we would call a UFO today, because we couldn't identify it. What do you do in NORAD when you're an air surveillance supervisor or tracking technician? What are you doing? You're tracking aircraft so they can be identified. How do we identify aircraft? See, you're getting information from a level that most people aren't experienced with because they have other jobs. And I'm not knocking that. Hey, you're just as much as a patriot as I am for serving my country. If you're working out there busting your butt every day, you're paying your taxes, you're helping out your community, your family, and you're just surviving, you're just as much as a hero, if not more so a hero than I am. You are, and you should be proud of it. I think it was my granddad said, if you want to be a ditch digger, whatever you do, be the best at what you do. If you're going to be a ditch digger, dig the best ditches you can. The best ditches out there. I'm pretty sure that my grandfather told me that. He might have heard that from somebody else, but just a word of advice. But yes, we track aircraft. We identify, so we can identify the aircraft. What do we think we have as far as NORAD goes? We have the radars, right? We track them. We know what they're friend or foe based on how they squawk. If they turn off their transponder, guess what? We'll probably scramble a couple of birds up there and see who you are. You know, Russia does that all the time, especially out there in the Northwest region. They'll basket weave right outside our identification zone. What's basket weave? Fly in and out of it, right? Of our ideas in international waters, right? Just to test us. And they're listening in our communications. They're hacking in our communications. They're watching, listening to see our response time, if it's changed or whatever, or if we have new tactics whenever we scramble. They're tracking too, just like we're tracking. Remember, that island, I think it's Kamchatka Peninsula, there's only like 30 miles, if that, between the Alaskan island to when it becomes a Russian island. I think if it's 30 miles, I'm not sure if it's even 30 miles. But they'll go down a little bit further south. They'll come in right off the west coast, off of our IDES, identification zone, over the Pacific, whatever, like Washington State, and they'll fly those routes and they'll go back land back into Russia. And that's their bombers doing that a lot of times. And we scramble. I guess it's just their warning. And they probably have, what do you call that? They notify us that they're going to do it in advance. So I guess we both learn from each other. So, man, that's a lot of money, though. You think about it. We have alert teams and stuff like that. And so, with all that said, now think about this really, really. Go to Acts chapter 1. Read the whole chapter. Think about how Yeshua went up. Now, see, people are thinking about like a bird. They got feathers on their back. Could you imagine how long it would take even get up to like 70,000 feet, like an SR-71 altitude? Are you going to fly with feathers like a bird? Come on now. That's more of a tin hat conspiracy theory than actually UFOs, like flying saucers or whatever. So I hope they're going to stop any of these crazy madmen that have that red button from pushing that button. I hope they intervene. I hope God divinely intervenes and stops them from trying to destroy our entire planet. Because somehow they think they're going to have an orgy in heaven or in paradise with 71 or whatever, 2 virgins, whatever. Give me a break. That in and of itself is background crazy. You think you're going to heaven or paradise where you're going to be part of an orgy? So you're out there murdering people in cold blood because you think you're going to an orgy? Is that what the teachers teach those young men? What are you teaching the young ladies? Oh, pain, right? Chelsea Clinton said that female genital mutilation, that's for their hygiene. She thinks she's so smart, right? How sick. Sick. Well, pray to God that he helps as far as with a perfect judgment and justice of these murderers that some are still walking around on our streets in America, in the United States of America, that have killed more than one. And those that have only killed one person. I hope, Heavenly Father, that you hold those, you judge those and provide them true justice. so they cannot murder anymore. And I don't care where the murderer is. I don't care if the murderer is inside the United States, conducted his murders in the United States, or conducted them out somewhere else, or somebody else outside our country murdered somebody else. They should all be held accountable by God's perfect judgment and justice, which will come. These people have to be held accountable. Listen, for 4 years, going against the law, the supreme law of our land, which is Article 4, Section 4 of our U.S. Constitution, the United States shall guarantee each state in the Union a Republican form of government and shall ensure against invasion and domestic violence. What did they do for 4 years? They knowingly allowed an invasion. They facilitated the invasion, which killed hundreds of thousands of people in 4 years, from January 20th of 2021 to January 20th of 2025. Knowingly allowed terrorists to come into our country. Knowingly allowed terrorist cells to come into our country. Knowingly allowed domestic violence to ensue by those that they facilitate to bring in illegally into our country. And fentanyl alone, tens of thousands of deaths and maybe hundreds of thousands of deaths due to fentanyl, due to the drug trafficking coming from that southern border, because they had basically the gates welded open. They got the intel briefings. They were told who was coming into our country, who was getting into our country. And there's a lot of people they knew was coming into our country that belonged to either a terrorist cells or from an organization that's basically designated by the U.S. State Department as terrorists or criminals, murderers, mass murderers. And they knew they were getting the intelligence briefings, Nancy Pelosi. You and your wrap-up smears about the how the Republicans with voter ID and that wants to steal elections. You should have had your day a long time ago. But far as your crimes, insider trading, you name it, that woman's been a part of. Oh, I don't know about Billy the Kid. I didn't look too much into that. Red Dawn. I didn't catch that. So we got people in our own government, and it appears to be about 50%, if not more. And some of these Republicans are even on the side of the Dems. In order for our GDP to grow, right? This is what Clinton said. You have to have more people. So it's alluded to opening the borders up. Doesn't care what it does to the American worker, the opportunities that the American worker no longer have. Stealing our jobs, basically taking benefits that don't belong to you for the social network for those that are disabled, elderly, poor. That's why you got people out there that on Social Security living off, like in Florida, like $800 a month. Go out there and see if you can afford a home for $800 a month. Go out there and see if you can basically have electricity, pay for your electric bill, pay for all your bills, your car insurance, your whatever, your taxes. You know, you get charged taxes. I thought they're gonna Trump. We had a tax break of $6,000 a year, a write off, right? Not a write off. What do you call that? They call it what, a subsidy or whatever. Yeah, that was really a big deal. That helped me out. Thank President Trump for that. I think it was the great big beautiful bill or something. Yeah, that lowered my taxes, uh, taxable income by $6,000. That ain't nothing to basically. A lot of people got refunds this year, got a lot of their money back with that are over 65. Thank God for him doing that. Of course, the people that don't make enough money even to that don't even have to pay taxes. I forgot what that amount is, but I'm not sure. I think it's somewhere right under 2,000 a month. You make less than little under 2,000 a month, I think, or somewhere around 2,000 a month, depending on if you got dependents or whatever. And it's only single income earner in the household. I think you have to, before you don't pay tax, you have to make less than 2,000 a month, which is what, 24,000 a year, right? Somewhere around that area. So, anyways, so just really when you hear stuff about UFOs and stuff like that, thinking it's all just tinfoil hat stuff. Um, I remember when I was on scope, you know, working for NORAD and tracking, I I was trying to see if I can watch the returns and see if any of that could be construed as an aircraft we don't have. But anyways, I remember tracking SR-71s when they came into land. They take literally like three states to circle. They do like a circle pattern to peel off the altitude and the speed, right? Before they come in. And they got a glide slope too coming down, right, to land. So that's how they land these like the shuttle, prime example, the shuttle basically glided down. The X um the X-37 space plane we have, unmanned space plane, it basically comes in it looks like a mini shuttle that comes in. Highly top secret. When it comes in, it basically puts out a sonic boom. I've heard that boom. I think both 3 or 4 times that thing came into land. It stays up there like for a year, 2 years sometimes. That X-37 since I think it was 2010, so that's been 16 years ago. Going on 16 years ago from the whatever, depending on what month they had the first flight. So don't think it's all not real. Think about the technology that we basically uncovered. Let's see here. I got a picture, I believe. Let me see here. Hold on. I'm not going to find it, I don't think, in time. Okay, it doesn't look like I'm going to find this, but I want to share this real quick. For those the people that believe that the Bible's fiction, you know, a fictional book has fictional people, places, or things, right? A nonfiction book has true people, true places, and true things. So you see this. This is a well-known tourist site. It's Mount Nebo, I think, in current day Jordan, right? That's where Moses looked down at the promised land, right? But he couldn't enter into the promised land. From that mountain, Mount Nebo, they have that tourist plaque there, which basically gives you the information about it. So Moses looked down and saw, and that's not the relic that I'm talking about. The relic that I can't find, it's a computer-like device or navigational device that um, the Romans had that basically was uncovered at a ship location, right? So AI basically found out what that was, and I forgot the name of it. I got a photograph of it, but I wanted to share this. Now, remember the reason why Moses couldn't go down to basically enter into the promised land? Well, it's because remember he did something naughty. Remember the well? Remember when Yeshua basically went to the Samaritan that was at the well, right? And he said basically, I have, well, this well, you're going to have the living water, right? The living water. So if you drink this water, and the lady goes, well, it was Jacob's well, right? Remember that? That's in Samaria. Samaria was in, I believe it's in the former kingdom of Israel. Samaria was in the former kingdom of Israel, part of the kingdom of Israel, right? Samaritans lived there. And during the days of Yeshua, he basically traveled to that well. They call it Jacob's well. Jacob became who? God blessed Jacob. His name became Israel, remember? So he basically, Yeshua said, the Son of God said to the Samaritan woman, if you take from this water, it's living water. And she goes, well, how are you basically gonna get water? And she's implying from uh Jacob well. when you don't even have like a vessel or a bucket or whatever to pull up the water with, right? And basically, um, so why did Moses not be why was he not being able to go into the promised land? Because he struck the rock. I think he struck it twice, and I have to go back in the scriptures and read that again. But remember, Moses was either not supposed to strike the rock or he's supposed to put his staff over the rock, right? And what happened when he did it? Living water came out. That was living water that came out of the rock. That's where it came from. Okay, so let's see real quick. Man, I'm making this a long one, ain't I? Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find that. Okay, yeah, I was going to talk about silver tonight. That's right. They use it for reflecting. They use it for, okay, let's see, mirrors. Okay. They use it for like, it's the best conduit of electricity as well. Okay. They use, of course, silver in solar panels, in circuitry, computer circuitry. Now we're thinking about all the military applications. Now I want y'all to think about this for a while right now. Silver dipped to 69. I'm not getting paid to do this, by the way. I'm just providing the information. These are my opinions, which you can basically, most of them you can search out. They're facts. Now, sometimes they're just my opinion, so go with it as that. Silver basically ended up yesterday it closed around $75 an ounce. It dipped down to $69, went back up to $75, which is a nice little jump. But silver, you think about it, when silver dropped down to $69 an ounce for fine silver, 0.999 silver, I'm talking about, the ratio of the gold to silver rate was 64 to 1. 64 to 1. Now, you think about it. They've been artificially deflating the price of silver, which basically we can't open up a silver mine unless silver is priced at a certain amount of money, right? Because it's not lucrative enough. That's the reason why they go to these poor third world countries and they get the metals from there, because they basically have slave labor and the cost of living is a lot lower. So that's for us to be basically sovereign, to have our own metals and minerals. They basically put silver on as a critical mineral, or far as part of the critical minerals for the U.S., right? So they're going to protect it from basically being undervalued and basically, but they can't help but spikes because that's supply versus demand. That's the natural flow. Now, if silver gets back over to like around $100 an ounce, it would be, what do you call it? Profitable for for people to start opening up these old dormant silver mines around the United States, and there's a lot of them out there. Jeff Williams, I listen to a lot. He's on YouTube. Just do a Google search. He's around Arizona area, Nevada. He works in Arizona, Nevada area. He knows of a silver mine that's basically shut down that has a lot of silver in it, and they had to shut it down because they can't keep a profit when silver's down around $50 an ounce because of inflation or whatever. And the basically now with a greater need for silver, demand for silver, that 64-to-1 ratio, in my opinion, could drop all the way to 2-to-1. Yes, gold is more valuable. It's worth more per ounce. That's obvious. Everybody knows that. But what do they use? What do they use? For laser weapons, for guided systems, for chips, for AI, for what we got going in space, telescopes, that kind of thing. Well, what's going on here? Testing 1, 2, testing 1, 2. I've still got the volume. Okay, we're still live. So I couldn't find that thing quick enough, so I don't want to lose the live stream. So think about this. So we're going to have to replenish that, all those missiles, all those cruise missiles, all those missiles, all those weapons we use, those, we're going to have to resupply that, right? Now, in my opinion, we are using up the old supplies. It's like you got shelf life on, for example, food, right? Let's just say peanut butter. I don't know. I just use anything. Best used by whatever, a certain date, right? There's a shelf life. So shelf life is the same with munitions, whether it's like bullets and that kind of thing. And some of the munitions we have is not stored in a climate, what do you call that? Secured area where it's not too hot or too cold, right? So you have to think about all of that and look at the war. We've hit over 12,000 targets, just us alone. And we're providing supplies, right? And they shut that down. The DIM shut down supply flight, or Judge did, to Israel to resupply them. You know, now's not the time. That's not a game. It's a very dangerous action these people are taking, and that's treasonous in my opinion. Now, I have to go back and look and see, but until this thing is over and that death to America threat disappears, the nuclear threat, ballistic missile threat, biological, nuclear, biological, chemical threat no longer exists with these terrorists, then okay. But we have to replenish the munitions, the cruise missiles, the Tomahawks. All that stuff has to be replenished, and it has to be replaced with more modern and more effective munitions. So what is that going to cost? Once those weapons blow up, once those missiles blow up, once a plane is shot down or whatever, or crashes due to an accident or due to a ballistic missile, like the E-3A, for example, that's AWACS, airborne Airborne Warning and Control Center. A, airborne. W, warning and control center system, AWACS, right? So, yeah, it's got the air radar dome on top of it. Yeah, I could have worked on AWACS, but I'd have to be part of the air crew. And I think I didn't qualify, or there was a rigorous PT test that what do you call it, physical examination. And when you're running on that treadmill, that ain't no joke. They tell you they basically want to see how far you can go till you black out, because they get you to breathe in really, really, really a long time, and exhale a long time, and you're running on that dang treadmill. When I could do it, I'm not mobile like that anymore. I was before 1995, a little bit before that. At sometimes I was mobile. I could have done it probably, but got in better shape, I guess. But man, that was a grueling physical test there. Grueling. I think sometimes they want you to fail. So let's see here. So let's go back to this UFO thing again. Remember, pay very close attention to Acts chapter 1. Read up to 11 and beyond, so you get read the full chapter, okay? And look at and see where Yeshua or Jesus was taken up. And remember the two guys with white apparel said, and turn to the disciples and say, "Why do you men from Galilee look amazed? He will return in like manner as he left." Right? That's basically what he said. I'm paraphrasing, not quoting from the Bible, because I don't have my Bible with me. But anyways, so we thinking that he's going to fly up like a butterfly and disappear in the clouds. Where's it proven that? Where's it told? Where's the prophecy that he will return in like manner as how he left? That's in Matthew chapter 24. Read Matthew 24. It'll show you. He disappeared into the clouds, right, when he was taken up. What took him up? So he either went through a portal, he got like beamed up or whatever, or he went into what we would call a UFO. So how did Elijah get taken up? What did he tell Elisha, his servant? He said, "Well, if you see me being taken up, you'll get my mantle, right? If you don't, you won't be able to see in that dimension. You won't be able to see it, right? So you won't get my mantle." Basically, what he's saying, if God blesses you with the ability to see into another dimension, to see that aircraft come in and take him up, right? Take him up. Chariots of fire. I wish I had my Bible here. Okay, so Elisha saw Elijah being taken up, and that mantle fell down to the ground. He had a double portion of the power of Elijah. had when he was here. Elijah the prophet. Now remember, who did Jesus see on the Mount of Transfiguration? Moses and Elijah, right? The only thing different between Elijah and Moses was Moses died. Elijah didn't. Elijah was taken up. Who else didn't die in far as biblical history is concerned? Enoch. He actually walked with God. Could you imagine that? Being able to walk with God? So God took him up too. So was it like with a UFO with a cloaking type device? And what are they spraying in our skies? From what I understand, is aluminum. If there's any type of cloaking type device, will it kind of like short circuit the cloaking type device, or will it cause those targets, those aircraft to be painted? Painted. What do you mean paint? What does RH talk about being painted? Where we can see them with our radars, with our technology. There's definitely something there that we don't know of. Its technology that cloaks. See, we have special paint, right? Radar absorbing paint. We built the aircraft with certain type of characteristics that causes basically not the radar waves to bounce off the aircraft and return to the radar receiver. Okay, so that's what the F-22. Look at the lines on the F-22. Now think about a UFO. A UFO basically has the best stealth characteristics, in my opinion, than even. So now, if they're in a different dimension and we can't see them, maybe that's the reason why they're spraying all those chemicals in the air. Maybe we have the ability to track them once they're painted with that material. And that could be causing a lot of problems. We've been using aluminum for quite some time. We use it in chaff, and that's not classified information. Anybody can go out there and search that for yourself. So how are they painting? How are the UFOs getting in and out without us seeing them? Yeah, they're interdimensional, in my opinion. Interdimensionist means, okay, if you can only see them like through infrared, like an infrared telescope or whatever, like infrared in a certain spectrum. So maybe with certain types of sounds, we can paint them or whatever, because it's going to have to bounce off. So that dimension might be a dimension that's out there, but we just haven't uncovered it yet. And I do believe that God puts a veil of protection, a veil for us, like a cloak for us to protect us from probably the bad angels, right? So maybe God is masking them out as well where they can't see us. I don't know. I don't know. But we might find out sooner or later. If God wants us to find out, we're going to find out about this technology. And basically, there's not going to be. See, they think when the second coming comes of Christ, they're going to shoot them down. I hear idiots out there. I saw a guy carrying a sign, when he returns, do something again. That's sick. That's the mentality these people have. You know, sick evil. They think that's funny. You know, they get their jollies off of that kind of thing, right? He comes again, do it again to him. Yeah, you gonna learn the hard way, dude. So ask forgiveness of all our sins and basically make sure we're on the right team. To start try to clean up our act, our act. I'm saying plural. I'm preaching to the choir, not to the at anybody. Preaching with the choir, right? Not at the choir. So we got to stop these murderers. And I'll just go back again. Uh, look up the Beirut bombing. I believe it was 1983. Go look up the Wikipedia. You're going to have to go all the way down to the civil lawsuit and look at the judge's finding. Iran was behind the bombing of the Beirut Marine barracks bombing, which killed 241 men, right? 241. Now, there's something that I wish people would basically talk about. Those men, those Marines were there. They were conducting a peace operation. They were blue helmets, like blue helmets, right? They were there for um, humanitarian purposes for those that were caught up in that Lebanon civil war. They were caught up in that Lebanon civil war. Remember, the Ayatollahs took over in 1947, right? Wait a minute. No, 1979, the Ayatollahs took over. So think about from 1979 all the way to 1983, they had already taken over. They already got their proxies going and try to force us out of the Middle East totally, right? They conducted a lot of other terrorist attacks. But these Marines, they were not in battle. They were sleeping in the barracks, right? Of course, they had shifts. They were protecting the air base, the flight line for humanitarian flights to come in with food, water, medicine, blankets, and stuff for the people caught up in that war there. They were involved in a peacekeeping operation. They didn't care. That's mass murder, and those people should have never got hold of the power in Iran to begin with. Think about all the murders they have conducted. Think about, for example, pouring acid on people's faces because they don't wear that burqa in the perfect way they're supposed to be worn. The murders of innocent people just protesting their crimes against humanity. Where is the stupid UN? Where's the UN? I think we should remove UN off the U.S. soil and stop playing host to those people over here. Who are they harboring? don't seem like they like President Trump very much either. Remember how they shut the power of the escalator down when Melania Trump was going up the escalator with President Trump? One of them could have fallen. Maybe they thought they're going to get, well, they laughed about Biden tripping going up the steps to the Air Force One. We'll go see if we can trip up Donald Trump. It's unbelievable. Okay. So, man, it's 3:49 a.m. in the morning, and I've been live 3 hours and 38 minutes. So I started right around midnight for this marathon live stream, and I hope this information is shared. I noticed I picked up with a few more viewers. I can't see over on Rumble how many's over there on Rumble. I'll go check it out after I end the live stream to see how many viewers. I can see it later on. Please share this information. Now, we're not out of the woods by any means as far as Iran is concerned, but these people are fighting tooth and nail to make sure that our men and women do not find that hot potato over there. None of them want to be caught with it. None of them want to be associated with it. So we're going to find out if that enriched uranium came from the United States, it came from Russia, it came from China, or came from North Korea. And we're going to find out if we basically find warheads, where they're from. And that's why they don't want the bombing to continue. In my opinion, we're getting close, and we're not close enough. But these ships that this guy that was negotiating with President Trump, these first 8 ships, then 10 ships, and then later on said, we're going to give you 20 more ships. That's 30 ships, supposedly with oil, right? I don't trust them as far as anything. We have to verify it. And I would quarantine those ships. Now, I'm sure they know before they get anywhere near our coastal territory, anywhere near any U.S. military base, whether it's abroad or at home. We should board those ships, quarantine those ships until they're fully searched. Maybe they're shipping out the yellow cake. And they say, I don't want any part of it. Maybe they're setting it up as a trap. Remember their history. Remember their history. Listen, RH didn't designate them as state-sponsored terrorism. RH didn't designate them as the IRGC as a terrorist organization. The U.S. State Department did under multiple presidents. During that time, think about that. Obama released over $150 billion. Then he basically sent over those pallets of cash to pay off that extortion, whatever it was that Iran had on Obama. They have it. And maybe they got more information, but maybe we'll never know. Dead man tells no tales or truths either, right? Dead men tell no, dead men and women, they tell no tells, or they tell no truths. So with that said, good morning, good day, good evening. Wait a minute. Let me think about this real quick. If I basically, okay, source reference. Think about the Nazi uranium U-234, five buried secrets of the Manhattan Project. Okay, think about that. Go check that out. That's on YouTube. That's the title of the live stream or the YouTube video. Go check it out. It's not that long. The Nazis had 10 cylinders of uranium oxide on that U-boat, and they defected. How many more U-boats is far as Iran goes? Do they have any left? Remember what happened to the traitors, the Rosenbergs, right? Remember Percy or Hall or Rat? What's Rat do? Rat sells out our technology, right? Remember the movie Stargate? Remember how the suits came up to that professor? Basically, he was proficient in like hieroglyphics and that type of writing, the ancient Egyptian. Oh, let's go back to Kush again. I'm glad that reminded me. You know, reminds me of the Dark Side of the Moon album from Pink Floyd. They got a pyramid, right? Okay, so now we're talking about Stargate. The movie Stargate. Remember, they basically had to kidnap him or basically pay him a whole lot of money to get him to basically decipher a couple of symbols, remember? On the Stargate, to activate the Stargate. So remember when that extraterrestrial aircraft came back to land? Where did it land on? The pyramid, right? So remember Cush. Cush was the son of Ham. And what does it say in the Bible about the gods of the pharaohs? God went to war. God with a big G, right? Capital G, went to war and destroyed all their gods. God wiped out any what's left of the Cushites. Those were the pharaohs. The pharaohs. And to this day, even archaeologists don't know what happened to them. It's like they just basically disappeared off the face of the earth. Now think about it. Go look at the artistic renditions of Nefertiti and her husband. Look at Nefertiti's daughters. They have oblong heads. They said that was a divine marriage between Nefertiti. Those were the pharaohs. Now, I don't know if they were the Kushite pharaohs. There were different tribes of pharaohs, right? So now you think about it. The men of God, the sons of God, they left their estate to come marry the daughters of men because they found them fair. They had that technology. They had that. So how much of that technology do we have that's been reverse engineered? And I do believe they have to keep a lot of this stuff because you still got cavemen, literally like cavemen and cave women out there that have the ability, to have the weaponry to do a lot of damage and kill a lot of innocent people out there. So that professor, I forgot his name. I think can't remember his name. It might come to me. That movie Stargate. Have to really check that out. And that new movie coming up, um, that they have coming up, Disclosure, right? June. Was that going to be on like something associated with 666? Was it June? It's come out in June, right? Just around summertime. The movie Disclosure. Is it going to be a I think it's going to be a documentary. I have to go look at I think they have another trailer out, so I have to go check that out. So think about it. There are, in my opinion, there's a lot more life out in the universe than we understand or know. Please stop thinking if you're one of those people, or stop spreading this information that we're the only life in the whole universe, and trying to put God, if you could, I mean, you can't even do it. Even the thought of it is ridiculous. You can't put God in a box, right? Oh, he only created us here on this earth. There's no life out there in the whole entire universe. There's no life but us out there in the entire universe. To say that, it's pretty naive. Okay. And to say, okay, the earth isn't just like 6,000 years old or 5,000 years old. It's a lot older. Well, until Adam and Eve both took of the the fruit of the tree, the knowledge of good and evil, right? What was the knowledge of evil? So what did the snake say? Ye shall surely not die. He's a liar and a murderer from the beginning, because he knew God said it was going to happen, and God commanded it, said, if you eat from that fruit, you will die, right? Ye shall not surely die. So he knew that fruit was that was fruit of a poisonous tree, that if you did eat from it, God was going to kill you, right? No, you would die. You would die. You would no longer have eternal life. You no longer have access to that living water, to that tree of life, right? No longer have it. Remember that saved the Israelis out in the desert, right? Saved them. They hit the rock. It wasn't Peter that Moses hit with the staff, right? Golly. But Adam still lived to over 900. Why? Because he walked with God that time. So between the time that Adam and Eve both took of that fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. The evil part's what reason why God commanded us, in my opinion, for Adam and Eve not to take from, right? The serpent said, the reptilian dude said, ye shall not surely die, for when the day ye eat thereof, your eyes will be opened. You will be woke. You know, like the woke crowd now. How many different genders do they have? Okay, I don't want to get off on that tangent, but think about how it's similar, though, right? You will be like gods. That's what it says. It's translated, I believe, in the KJV to God with an uppercase, but it says gods, like the sons of God. You'll be like all knowing, know good and evil. You'll be like us. So have that technology and everything, right? So they became woke. Well, Red Dawn, I hope you get another job. Yeah, they really destroyed that place over there. I have relatives that live up in Redding, but I've never seen them before. I have cousins that live there. When I was stationed at McCord Air Force Base in Washington State, it's called Joint Base Lewis McCord now. Uh, I was going to drive down there, but I didn't have the money back then. Man, I was like a slick sleeve, a one striper, maybe even a two striper. I could afford driving from Washington State down to California. I wish I could have gone though. I've never met him. I've met my uncle, my aunt came down to Florida to visit us, but I only saw them like once or twice, but I've never met my cousins up there. I heard Redding is a very beautiful place. Only thing I can suggest, Red, if you're mobile, you can move and try to get a job in like a conservative type area. You seem to be pretty level headed based on what I've seen you write so far in the comments. 2014, yeah. Man, he did a lot of stuff. So people they don't want to hold him accountable because they're afraid that he's going to start race riots and civil war or whatever. Yeah, he put together a pretty good organizing for action. Now, as far as elections goes, it went from Acorn. He was a community organizer, right? That's how they created, taught him to create the fraudulent voter registrations, right? Through Acorn, right? They got caught. Thousands, even CNN put out an article. It's in their archives. Thousands. They created Acorn created thousands of uh, fraudulent voter registrations, right? And Barack Obama was learning all that stuff when he was a community organizer in Chicago. And anyways, he formed with him and Eric Holder. They formed together, founded the Organizing for Action. We basically put together about a 30,000 boots on the ground. And what came out of Organizing for Action, they shut down Organizing for Action because it started to get too much attention. So they just changed the name, and they went into National Democratic Redistricting Committee, right? It's an organization, National Democratic Redistricting Committee. They do that to play around with the algorithms. If you type in organization, it won't come up in a lot of your searches. So if you type in National Democratic Redistricting Committee, right, it's an organization that they were using to direct or facilitate the invasion into our country. So they know where they needed to get the illegals to come in. So they they stayed at those holding areas, which we already found information of, and that's where they were waiting to be bussed into our country or flown into our country to go to these districts, and they set them up there. Free hotel rooms, all that stuff. Remember, they were even building these like resorts, like hotels with golf courses and tennis courts, basketball courts, swimming pools, and then turning those huge places that they built for their new electorate base, right? They were basically just giving all that to their allies that were people that supported them in their elections. They would just give them all the hotels or whatever, the resorts that they were building. Man, these people have broken so many dang laws. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Only time I've watched really anything, the most informed stuff I got from Billy the Kid was from the History Channel. I think I watched the documentary on that. It was pretty lengthy. Yeah, who knows? He might have lived. I don't know. There's a lot of history in New Mexico, that's for sure. I know they have like down right near like Lincoln County, southern part of New Mexico. I went into there. I was trying to find that chest from Forrest Fenn hid. I was way off base. It was up there. It was actually found up in Yellowstone. I think outside, not too far from the northern gate of Yellowstone, if I'm not mistaken, and not too far from the Spanish Trail. Yeah. Um, his book was, there's two books, and I wish I remember the name of both of them. But I think Forrest Fenn was trying to provide information before he left about what was used in um, the towers, at least, that took down the towers. I think it had something to do with a bomb, or bombs plural. he lived long enough to see President Trump as our president. I'm pretty sure he's happy about that. But think about that guy's history. Um, he even had he was good friends with Jackie Kennedy. She actually came there and stayed there. I think when she was writing a book of hers, I can't remember, or just to get away with everything. She might have been under protective custody at the time, right? I'm not sure if it was after her husband died or when he was still alive, when they murdered him. Golly. Full daylight. I mean, that's sick. Sick what these people have gotten away with all these years. Well, one day, once we're all judged, and we know we need to start walking that, getting back on that right path. If we're off that path, even just a little bit, get back on that path again. Far as you want to know what team, spiritual team we need to be on, I'll read John chapter 17. John chapter 17. Okay, I hope this helps. So don't think I'm trying to grip selling silver. I haven't made any money off of recommending people buy silver, but I do believe it's a good price at 75. Heck, I think a good price is 100. That's just my opinion, because I see no other way. They tried to manipulate the price. I think with trillions of dollars and all this paper silver, they're not going to have enough silver to be enough for the demand. We got the industrial demand. We got the new technology demand. I won't get into that. I touched a little bit on it today, or this evening, whatever, or this morning. But now you think about rotating out the munitions. They're going to use the munitions that got the closest expiration date, and they're going to have to replenish all those munitions, all those missiles, all those tomahawks, rebuilding, replacing. We're talking about replacing the A-10. They got the A-11 out. You might want to check that out for close support. We also have the KC, I think they're the KC or C-130 gunships. I think they're the C-130s. I don't think it's the 135s. I think it's the 130s. The gunships and those things. Oh my gosh. And just pray to God. Remember, I'm a peace guy. I love it. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God, right? Children of God. It's Matthew chapter 5, verse 9. But what else does it say? If you go read Genesis chapter 9, what does God tell us to do with murderers? What did God tell Noah to do, Noah's wife to do, Shem and Shem's wife to do, Ham and his wife to do, and Japheth and his wife to do? To murderers. It's in Genesis chapter 9. Also, Numbers chapter, I believe it's chapter 35, verse 30. Or might be the other way around. Might be Numbers chapter 30. What does God tell us to do to a murderer? Plus, we have thou shalt not murder, right? We're not talking about an accident. Okay, let me get. I can find it. I want to fact check. I want to make sure I'm giving out the right verses here. Numbers. Numbers is very, very important. And what happens if you're a watchman on the wall, or say you're an intel and you know you were part of it and they delivered yellow cake, they got nuclear warheads over there in Iran, and you're still sitting on the sidelines? What are you waiting on? I hope you're exposed. Every one of you. I know for a fact there's people that are sitting on a lot of information that could keep us a lot safer if they revealed it, so we could stop it. They're still sitting on the sidelines, either because they're either too stupid to understand when it's time to stand up. You don't even support your own survival. What about the survival of your own children? What am I talking about? Well, pray for discernment. Maybe you'll get it. So this is in Numbers chapter 35, verse 30. So remember, we got Genesis chapter 9, what God commanded Noah and his sons and all of their wives what to do to a murderer. This continues on with Numbers chapter 35, verse 30. Whoso killeth any person, the murderer shall be put to death by the mouth of witnesses, but one witness shall not testify against any person to cause him to die. That's part of our laws. It would be like one person's word against the other. You have to have at least two witnesses testimony. Heck, they didn't even provide witnesses for Trump. He couldn't even face his accusers. They did every single thing in the book to get rid of him because he was upset. You know, they couldn't take cookies out of that cookie jar anymore, right? He's upsetting their gravy train. Man, that insider trading, all the corruption going on, it's unbelievable. Okay. So I read off a couple of verses. I got my old man's glasses on now so I can see this print pretty good. So let me see here. There's a couple scripture verses I want to read. When I read accurate the way it's written, then it helps you understand a little bit better, and it has more power to the word of God when you speak it out loud. This is Genesis chapter 6, beginning with verse 1. And it came to pass when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born unto them, that the sons of God saw the daughters of men, that they were fair, and they took them wives, all of which they chose. And the Lord said, my spirit shall not always strive with man, for that he also is flesh, yet his days shall be 120 years. There were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, and they were children, and they bare children to them, the same became mighty men, which were of old, men of renown. Okay. Now, there's some information. They left their estate. Remember, they rebelled against God, about a third of them, right? Left with Satan, and they rebelled, and they basically they came to Earth. They traveled to Earth. Now, I don't think they flew with those little feathers like a bird all the way to Earth. I do believe they came in ships. Okay. Maybe some of those ships, maybe some of those facilities are on the dark side of the moon. Maybe that's what they're looking for now. Any signs of weapons of mass destruction? That type of discoveries. So it doesn't fall in the wrong hands type discovery. Okay, this is in Jude, the book of Jude. Remember, it's only one chapter, beginning with verse 6. Wait a minute, hold on a second. Remember, I talked about Egypt. I will therefore, this is verse 5, I will therefore put you in remembrance, though you once knew this, how that the Lord, having saved the people out of the land of Egypt, remember their gods? God destroyed them all. God destroyed them all. Afterwards destroyed them. Knowing this, how that the Lord, having saved the people out of the land of Egypt, afterward destroyed them that believed not. And the angels which kept not their first estate, but left their own habitation, he hath reserved in everlasting chains under darkness unto the judgment of the great day. So it looks like God cleaned the earth as the angels, the good angels working for God. They cleaned the earth of all that stuff that they had, that technology, so it wouldn't fall in our hands. But it looks like there are some things, and hopefully the good angels is working with the side of our leaders that we can stop these wars, right? And providing us what we need. But either way, God's going to intervene at his choosing, that day or the hour. No one knows, not even his son, not even Yeshua, or as many call him, Jesus. He doesn't know the day or the hour either. Not even the angels in heaven. Okay? So, hopefully this makes sense. Acts chapter 1. Where's Acts chapter 1? After John, right? Or the last book of let's see here. Right after the book of John. I was right. Acts chapter 1. Okay, this is Acts chapter 1, beginning with verse 4. And being assembled together with them, commanded, wait a minute. Okay, that's Yeshua being ascended together with them, I think. Commanded them that they should not depart from Jerusalem, but wait for the promise of the Father, which saith he, Ye have heard of me. For John truly baptized with water, but ye shall be baptized with the Holy Ghost, or the Holy Spirit, not many days hence. When they therefore were come together, they asked of him, saying, Lord, wilt thou at this time restore again the kingdom of Israel? Kingdom, to Israel? And he said unto them, It is not for you to know the times or the seasons which the Father hath put in his own power, but ye shall receive power after that the Holy Spirit is come upon you, and ye shall be witnesses unto me both in Jerusalem and in all Judea and in Samaria and unto the utter part of the earth. And when he had spoken these things, while they beheld, he was taken up, and a cloud received him out of their sight. And while they looked steadfastly towards heaven as he went up, behold, two men stood by them in white apparel, which also said, Ye men of Galilee, why stand ye gazing up into heaven? This same Jesus, or Yeshua, which is taken up from you into heaven, shall so come in like manner as you have seen him go into heaven. Okay. So how was he taken up? He was taken up by like what we call a UFO today, right? And when he had spoken these things while they beheld, he was taken up, and a cloud received him out of their sight. So he disappeared in a cloud, right? A cloud disappeared, right? He disappeared in a cloud. Okay. What does it say? How is he going to return? Was prophesied in Matthew chapter 24. Here's the prophecy of how he will return, which is talked about in Acts chapter 1, which I just read. He's going to disappear. Remember, he disappeared in the clouds, right? In that vessel he was taken up in. They saw him. And the two men in white apparel said, Don't be amazed. He will return in like manner as he left. Okay. This is Matthew chapter 24, verse 29. Immediately after the tribulation of those days shall the sun be darkened, and the moon shall not give her light, and the stars shall fall from heaven, and the powers of the heavens shall be shaken. And then shall appear the sign of the Son of Man in heaven. And then shall all the tribes of the earth mourn. And then they shall see the Son of Man coming in the clouds. Remember, he disappeared in the clouds when he was taken up. When he returns, the Son of Man, and they shall see the Son of Man coming in the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. And he shall send his angels with a great sound of a trumpet, and they shall gather together his elect from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other. Okay. So the parable of the fig tree, when the leaves are tender, right? I won't get into all that. So it's all pretty much here. Let's see here. Go to 2 Kings to go to Elijah. Pretty sure it's 2 Kings. So I told people I was going to be leaving. I'm spending another hour here with y'all. I just like y'all so much, even though there's nobody here but me, myself, and maybe one other person. So Second Kings. Okay. Get to Second Kings here real quick. Okay. This is Second Kings chapter 2, beginning with verse 1. And it came to pass when the Lord would take up Elijah into heaven by a whirlwind that Elijah went with Elisha from Gilgal. Okay, I won't read all of that real quick, but remember chariots of fire, horses of fire, right? This is in chapter 2, verse 11. Now, this talks about when the mantles passed from Elijah to Elisha, if he actually sees, witnesses how Elijah's taken up. Okay. So this is 2 Kings chapter 2, verse 9. And it came to pass when they were gone over the river that Elijah said to Elisha, ask what I shall do for thee before I be taken away from thee. And Elisha said, I pray thee, let a double portion of thy spirit be upon me. Means the Spirit of God on him, right? And he said, thou hast asked a hard thing. Nevertheless, if thou see me when I am taken from thee, it shall be so unto thee. But if not, it shall not be so. So if God basically gifted Elisha the ability to see in that dimension when Elijah was taken up in that whirlwind, right? That he would give him two portions of his spirit that he gave to Elijah to Elisha. Okay? And it came to pass, and he said, thou hast asked a hard thing, right? Nevertheless, if thou see me when I am taken, like Yeshua was taken up into the cloud, right? How he's going to return from the clouds. He's going to come from the clouds. We're all going to see him come from the clouds. I'm taken from thee. It shall be so unto thee, but if not, it shall not be so. And it came to pass, as they still went on and talked, that behold, there appeared a chariot of fire and horses of fire, and parted them both asunder. And Elijah went up by a whirlwind into heaven. So Elijah was taken up. And Elijah saw it, and he cried, my father, the chariot of Israel and the horsemen thereof. He saw him no more, and he took hold of his own clothes, and he rent them in two pieces. He took up also the mantle of Elijah that fell from him, and went back and stood by the bank of Jordan. Okay? Now, the beginning of 2 Kings, Baal. So they're still talking about Baal in 2 Kings chapter 1. Okay, so I read what I was going to read tonight. I'm sure there's more instances here, but those are the two most how Yeshua was taken up, but I do believe it was an aircraft, and also how Yeshua or Jesus was taken up the same way Elijah was taken up, and there's no telling how many more accounts. Even to say people that's disappeared without any trace, God could have taken them up. He definitely has the power. There's no greater authority than him. Okay, so with that said, I pretty much covered everything. I think tonight, I don't think I missed anything. I'll be thinking about that after I get me hopefully a good morning sleep and uh, wake up all bushy-tailed and ready to go at it again, and hopefully help provide more information. I do hope this helps, and please share this information. Let's see if I can. There was more information. This next avatar photograph, that was actually on the beach in Florida when a storm was coming in. But look at that. Have to get caught up on YouTube. See here. Wow, there's a pretty big delay tonight. Testing 1, 2. What's going on? Wow, there's a crazy delay tonight. You know, you see that would be, let me think now. That's the Gulf of America looking west, I'm pretty sure. Look what I saw. Almost could be maybe an eagle, just the cloud formation, the way the sun shined through was really beautiful that day. Okay, and I'm going to leave everybody with good old Paul Revere. American Golden Age of Silver. The Golden Age of Silver. If you go to sterling silver and you read up the history of sterling silver, go to the colonial days, you'll find that statement. Wonder who put that in that information. American Golden Age of Silver. So is that going to return? Could you imagine silver going up to like $2,000 an ounce? Is that impossible? I hear the naysayers out there. Well, there's other things. They'll just use something. They'll invent something else. They'll get another metal to take care of what the silver does. I don't think so. Don't you think they would have done that before now? It's being used in. You have to think about the EVs, the batteries, the circuits, whatever, chips. Uh, weapons. And by the way, how much silver is used for weapons is classified. They don't even tell you how much silver that they got, right? Best reflective material. And we're thinking about space venturing out, and you're talking about the moon. You know, you need like microscopes, you need like lasers, you need the laser technology. How does lasers reflect? Don't lasers kind of like reflect off of, and you don't want something that basically melts. It's got a higher melting point. Let me see what the melting point is for silver. I don't know. Anyways, yeah, we're still alive. Hopefully, we didn't lose the audio on that portion when I was going through to read the melting points. But so the melting point of silver is what, like around 1600, somewhere around there. Hear that, I guess. Testing 1, 2. Y'all didn't hear that. 1700 and some change for melting point for silver, 1900 some change for gold. Okay. Okay, we had a couple new people. I think unless they change their name or whatever. Appreciate y'all coming in tonight to live stream. Let me see if I can switch over my display to Rumble before I leave Rumble. I have to do something different. So if I lose y'all or you lose me, whatever, that'll be the end of this live stream. What I title this again? I've already talked about that. The title, the reason why I chose the title last night. Artemis on the dark side of the moon, hunting on the dark side of the moon. That's the goddess Artemis. That's basically the goddess of the Greco or the Greek goddess of the moon and of the hunt. So what are they hunting on the dark side of the moon? I do believe they're looking for ancient structures of the fallen angels, and from what I heard another individual Christian talking about that Satan's habitat now is on the moon. So he would probably be hiding out either in the moon, which means off the surface of the moon in a facility underground on the moon, somewhere probably the dark side. That'd probably be a better place for him. Prince of Darkness, right? You think he'd favor darkness more than light? Okay. Again, if you hear the audio go, that means the live stream is over. I messed something up doing what I'm doing now. I don't normally do this in the middle of the live stream. I'm trying to get over to Rumble and see if anybody has anything in the chat they wanted to address me with or whatever. If y'all can, please hit that subscribe button on YouTube so I can get back up to over 500. I was at 502. I know that's chicken feed for a lot of other channels out there, but okay. Okay, we're still live on Rumble as well. Okay. All right. With that said, I don't see anybody over here on Rumble. I'm here now looking at I don't have the chat turned on, I don't think. Quality. I don't see where I can even turn on the chat on Rumble, but that's good. Fine. Might not been any comments in the chat section tonight, but anyways, thank you everyone. All right, that's all I have for tonight. Remember, if you want to know what team to be on, is John chapter 17, and as far as team spirit is concerned, and remember to stay on the right path, and we'll be all right. If you have any, remember the Lord's Prayer. Go check out the Lord's Prayer, and might want to look at giving the blessing, whatever, and that kind of thing, and pray for our country, pray for our president, pray for each and every one of us that God stops these murderers, helps us stop these murderers, that He divinely intervenes to help us and stop all these wars. With that said, good morning, good day, good evening, wherever you're from. This concludes the live stream, and God bless. Thank you.